Wow. Pura vida, mi gente. Much love and respect. Thanks for tuning in once again, taking the time to do that. Appreciate everybody that's here. Appreciate you taking the time, watch my videos, take time out of your day, always. All right, so do a quick video, guys. Shout out to Love Legacy. He's actually in the chat. Shout out to Love Legacy. Love, send me an email. Love's been communicating. We've been communicating for a couple years now. In the community, this community is pretty old now, a couple years. And he sent me an email. Hey, man, have you seen this image of Chief Oshkosh? How they're trying to whitewash it? I was like, yeah, I actually had added this image to my American Indian colorized photo series that I have. We got like 20-some parts of that, and I still got more pictures to do, and I just haven't gotten into any more parts. But we definitely finding more and more images. It's getting pretty obvious why they were saying the American on the Webster's 1828 dictionary. The word American is about the copper-colored tribes of America. So as you guys can see, this is a real image or photo of Chief Oshkosh. I have colorized it and enhanced it a little bit. So while I was looking into Chief Oshkosh, since Love Legacy brought it up, I was just like decided, why not? Let me see if I can do his genealogy, see what I can find, or see if there's any history or story about him. So I decided I went all the way down to his great granddaughter and started the tree from there. And I'm just gonna show you what I found, guys. Real simple. I'm just gonna make a point at the end. I'm gonna make a real big point. All right, and you guys are gonna see why I'm gonna say that everybody's ancestry is on the table now is questionable, because a lot of people like to generalize and really not really express all their ancestors or all their ethnicities that they got in them, all their ancestry, and they kind of judge others. At the same time, they judge others when they're holding back on their own genealogy and knowing very well that they're very, very, very diverse and mixed too, not just one thing. So Chief Oshkosh, you might have seen his image online somewhere. All right, I know people in Wisconsin or in certain places know. People that drink the beer, there's a beer named after him, so you guys kind of know. All right, so let's see how many people we got here right now. We got about 57. Okay, steady watching. All right, we're good. They say wherever 2 or 3 are gathered, the Great Spirit is always going to be there. All right, let's go. All right, in the memory of Chief Oshkosh, whether he was a good or bad person, that doesn't really get explained too much. They do call him a brave. He was in a lot of wars. He was, a brave guy. He did fight with Tecumseh once to take over some fort, but then he also fought with certain European people, depending on the different. He was fighting since he was young, all the way till he was old. So a lot of different battles. Won't probably get too much into his personal history, more like his genealogy today, okay, guys? Because his history you can Google. It's pretty basic. What you can find is, I do have a book here. I'm gonna go ahead and share it on the chat, and the live chat, in case you guys want to read about him some more. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's not very much. They know his genealogy though. They know his history, and these are very historical people. He's dealing with historical people. I'm talking about merchants, fur traders, founders of towns, and that's all in his genealogy too, and his great granddaughter's genealogy. So I'm just gonna show you that. All right. Let me know if at any time the music is louder than my voice, or if it's putting you to sleep or something. Just let me know, guys. Welcome. Let me just share this real quick. So of course we got today's episode 19. We got the whole playlist, Genealogical Stories. Make sure to check out all the episodes. We've done a lot of good people, and we're gonna continue doing and just learning from what the information we pick up from doing people's genealogy, and what we can learn from it for ourselves. Okay, and because there's patterns, there is certain things that are, there's migrations, certain families take together. So you start seeing the trends and the whole history in the genealogy, the history we read in these old books. All right, so again, we're on episode 19 today. Real quick, Menominee, right? The Menominee. All right, basic info, right? We're in Wikipedia. The Menominee people, also spelled Menominee, derived from the Ojibwe language, which is also related to the Algonquin word for wild rice people, or the people of the wild rice. Very important. They said we didn't have rice here. They try to tell us that we didn't have rice here, that all the rice is coming from Asia only, and that's the one you don't know that. I know even though they had rice there since ancient times, we also did here in many parts of the Americas, different types of rice, known as this type right here, known as the mama secta, so the people, the Menominee people, the mama septa. In the Menominee language, that's what they call themselves, are a federally recognized tribe of Native Americans, officially known as the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin. Their land base is the Menominee Indian Reservation in Wisconsin. Their historic territory originally included an estimated 10 million acres in present-day Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The tribe currently has about 8,700 members. Federal recognition of the tribe was terminated in 1960 under policy of the time, which stressed assimilation. During that period, they brought what has become a landmark case in Indian law to United States Supreme Court and Menominee Tribe versus United States 1968 to protect their treaty hunting and fishing rights. All right, so you guys see the whole history they're going through. So they're part of the Algonquin language family of North America. You're going to see the links, and you guys will see the whole history and a lot of their families here and how they're traveling, coming, what different states are involved here, what migration patterns, what Europeans, what Indians are involved here. So they are one of the historical tribes of present-day Upper Michigan and Wisconsin. They occupied a territory about 10 million acres in the period of European colonization. They are believed to have been well settled in that territory for more than 1,000 years. By some accounts, they are descended from the old copper culture, copper people, and other indigenous peoples who had been in the area for 10,000 years. So Menominee oral history says that they have always been here and believe they are Kiashmashitiwuk, which is an ancient ones, the ancient ones, we the ancient ones. The reservation is located 60 miles west of the site of their creation. According to their tradition, they arose where the Menominee rivers entered Green Bay of Lake Michigan, where the city of Marinette, Wisconsin, has since developed. Okay, so early French explorers and traders referred to the people as Foley Ovonis, or wild oats, referring to the wild rice which they cultivated. And again, we're going to see all these French explorers, English, all these, and they're not just separate from these people, but they're also family. They're going to be family. You guys are going to see what I'm saying. Okay. So again, basic. You Google Chief Oshkosh, you're gonna get different images. You nowadays you will get the real ones because it's kind of everywhere now, as you guys can see. But they've been kind of whitewashing him a lot. This is how they want you to kind of depict him. Hold on, let me see. A little Indian running around and stuff. Hold on, let me show you. There you go. That's how they want you to depict him and stuff. All right. There's another image famous of him, that they drew, which looks nothing like the original, right? Which looks nothing like the original. All right. And then this is another depiction. This is what I'm saying. If it wasn't because they found that they call it daguerreotype picture photo, they would have kept whitewashing him, and we would have really never known what he really looked like. All right. Here's a documentary about, the bear. This is a news report. That was controversial because offensive beer because it's named after him. And believe it or not, he was a very heavy drinker. That fire water was messing him up, and he died in a brawl supposedly with one of his sons. He was drunk. That's what they're saying. I don't know. So again, here's the image. This is what I'm saying now. They kind of want you to picture him like that. Here's another one. MPMEDU, Milwaukee Public Museum. Originating from England, Simon Bruce moved to Milwaukee, 1840s, found an issue at local art painting portrait. He was commissioned by Wisconsin State Historical Society in 1858 to paint important Native American chiefs and sailors of the area. This large roll of painting is supposedly by the Menominee chief named Oshkosh. Supposedly. That's not him. And then we got the statue right here, right? Changes proposed for the Chief Oshkosh statue and Menominee. This is how they portray him in this statue. Let me go back real quick. Does that look like him? All right. And so why are they changing it? Proposed changes to Chief Oshkosh statue Menominee Park look to provide a more accurate portrayal of the man and his people. The man and his people. But still, doesn't mean. Anyways, like a deer chased by dogs, the life of Chief Oshkosh. There's a book you can take a look at. Look who they got in the cover. Does that look like that statue guy? With the straight nose and the thin face, long chin, skinny guy, with braids coming down his shoulders. Go back to it. There you go. Right here. There you go. All right. So, again, Chief Oshkosh and beer. It wouldn't happen today. A brewery wouldn't build his brand around a dead man, a reputation for abusing alcohol. Chief Oshkosh had been dead 36 years when the Oshkosh Brewing Company put his hooks into him. All right, Chief Oshkosh. I mean, I don't know what else to say, guys. I mean, just looking at it, look. Use your eyes. All right. And then, some drawings. Again, they don't try to depict them. Right. So they made a beer after him, they're saying, right? 6-plate daguerreotype of Chief Oshkosh. Chief Oshkosh was born in 1795. All right. Why has he got this clothes on? They say that they dressed him for this picture. We got a little story behind that. Chief Oshkosh, Wisconsin, huh? Menominee County, Wisconsin. Born probably in a tribal hunting camp at Poise Bath near Nicosia. All right. It says, during the War of 1812, he served with Menominee warriors on the British side. All right, on the British side. At Mackinac and at Fort Meigs and Fort Sandusky. In the Black Hawk War, he sided with Americans. You hear that? At the Treaty of Butte des Mots, Governor Lewis Cass recognized Oshkosh as chief of the Menominee. 3 years later, Judge James D. Doughty, that's funny, I think we ran into this guy, and his own family. I'm going to show you. In a dramatic trial, saved the chief from penalty of murder of another Indian on the grounds of that under the circumstances, American laws did not apply to the Indians. And now, guys, I understand why he helped them. Now I understand why he helped them. You're going to see a Doughty in the tree. All right. Oshkosh signed treaties surrendering large portions. Big one. He signed treaties surrendering what? Large portions of Menominee lands at Cedar Point in 1836, at Lake Polygon in 1848, but worked to get adjustments in the provisions of the latter. He died on the Menominee Reservation at Keshena. All right. A little brief background again. The Wisconsin Project, Chief Oshkosh, again, that statue that doesn't really depict them, but right here, as you guys can see, they got the real picture. This is wisconsinproject.blogspot. All right. Ever since archivist Scott Cross at the Oshkosh Public Museum showed us the gem, like daguerreotype portrait of Chief Oshkosh, right? We've been fascinated by portrayals of the chief. Cross authored a small volume of Chief Oshkosh titled Like a Deer. So, all right, that's the book I showed you. This one they're talking about. So, again, they were fascinated when they realized the real picture of him. Look at that. That looks like right away to me, looks like a so-called black man. And here's Oshkosh Public Museum. They got the picture here as well. And you know, it's from 1854, 4 years previous to the, I believe, when he passed away. All right. There's the image. And then we got this on Pinterest. App the legend, huh? The real Chief Oshkosh. Whitewash European look Chief Oshkosh. Okay. But I'm gonna show the genealogy, his descendants, what his, so we ain't talking about 100% either. So this is the thing. We always like to run with whatever picture we see. Oh, he looked like a black man. I'm gonna use this image to prove my point, and then leave all the other images that might be his brother, his cousin, his because they don't look as black to you. I'm just talking real right here. Whoever's uncomfortable, you don't have to be here. But yes, to me, this is what most people would probably, without even knowing who this is, will say that's a black man or that's a Negro. Okay, App the legend knows. All right, we got the beer again, and of course, this is what I'm saying. That's what you get. This is on my heritage. I colorize a lot of my pictures, as you can see. All right. All right. Yeah. So let's get on it. Let's get to it. Yeah. So they named the clothing after him too, most likely, love. That's probably, you know. So I'm gonna start, guys, here. We're gonna start with Alice Oshkosh. Who is Alice Cecilia Oshkosh? She's the great granddaughter to Chief Oshkosh. All right. Just wanna show, right away, as you guys can see, race Indian, ace, just straight up Indian. That's it. So you automatically, anybody who sees this would think, oh, her parents are, she's 100%, her parents are 100%, everybody up the line is 100% Indian, right? We're gonna see about that. We're gonna see about that. Okay? 0% Negro, they say. Look over there. Zero. I guess they never seen a picture of her great grandfather. Huh. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Let's be serious. All right. So this is a image I actually found. I colorized. This is what his great granddaughter looks like. Let's go to the gallery. She became princess literally, like from the line down. She inherited it. She's officially an Indian. Officially. She got the Indian clothes and everything, right? Interesting, right? Kwame, what's up, Kwame? Welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. All the real ones been following me for a while. Shout out to J9, all the moderators, all my supporters. I see all the real ones. I saw the names. Can't mention everybody right now, guys. All right. So before we go to her line, I did find also her daughters, just so you guys can see. This is her daughters. So as I was reading about her, seems she married into two prominent other Indian lines, right? Which was the Tourtillott family and the Frindenberg family. So I'm like, hold up. So how are these prominent Indian families and they got these last names? You get what I'm saying? So I just decided to go up the lines. Honestly. Guys, this took me about 4 or 5 days to do. Love, when did you tell me about that? When did you send me that email? That was like 4 days ago, right? Something like that. 3, 4. I've been working on this since that moment. And I thought every day I would finish it, and I couldn't because it was extensive. I'm literally worked on like 4 or 5 different people in just one tree. All right, just to prove to myself something. And I'm gonna show you what I found and what I think and what I believe is gonna be a trend with a lot of so-called Native American people that we call Native American when we start looking into their genealogy. So pay attention. All right. Let's see. Let's start with Tortellini. Now, who do we start with? Let me see. Don't matter, I guess. So let's start with her husband, William Clark Tortellini. All right. So you guys are gonna see the whole history here as we go. Right. Let me just make sure I don't have any stories here. Okay. So Wyandotte Township, County, Oklahoma. Again, these are supposed to be Indian lines, right? All right, let's open up his line. And then we got his parents, Albert Grant Tourtillott Sr., born in Shawano, Wisconsin, and his mom, Annie Unden Kitty Laughlin. All right, let's go up his dad's line real quick. Right? James Henry Tourtillott. Now, all these people had names like Chief this, Chief that, Chief this, Chief that. All right. All right. Okay, so this is an obituary. This is an image of him, right? Hold on, let me see what it says here. It says last rites of James Tourtillott, 41 years, resident of Kachina, will be held at St. John's Episcopal. Okay. Father Claudio Middle conduct. James Tourtillott was born in O'Connell, the son of Henry C. and Matilda Tourtillott. After spending his early life there, he moved to the reservation and for many years operated at a refreshment stand at Kachina Falls. Shawano residents and hundreds of tourists from widespread localities remember him well from his activities there. All right, so he was doing this in a reservation. What's he doing there? All right, let's keep going up the lines. So again, these are Indian families. All right, I'm like, all right, let's get to the Indians, hopefully. His wife, Harrison, from England, right? From England. So we know they're not Indians, at least on that line, right? So going up the Tourtillotts, right? His mom is Matilda Jane Comic, and then we got Henry Cobb Tourtillott. He's on Charlotte, New Brunswick, Canada now. So you see the pattern start going into a lot of the migration patterns from like Wisconsin, Michigan into Canada, right? Into Canada, right? Let's go up these people's lines. All right. Now on the mom's side, right? On the mom's side, and for some reason this picture's cut off. You know, they said that's a real only picture of her, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I can read it. But I just want to show the census too. Most of these people are being called so-called white. Well, this one doesn't really specify. This one don't specify. I must say, let me see. It might say Indian. Oh, nope, W. That's what I'm saying. So they're calling all these people white, but these are Indians, right? I'm show you. Supposedly, right? I mean, we'll see. I'm gonna show you where they're Indian and where they're not Indian. Okay. So let's go up her line. Comic. That's the comic family, right? And then we got Aponus Pachekesik. Okay. Under that, Johnny P. Comic, Pachekik, right? Manitowoc, Wisconsin. So now we're getting these Indians names. So yeah, a lot of these people are carrying some Indian blood. Okay. These are historical people. All these names, guys, I took my time. I Googled them. I made sure I found stories with these people's names on them. Anyone watching can verify what I'm showing. If they feel a certain way. Genealogists and historians know exactly who I'm showing. They're like, wow, he really did it right. I know. Um, Tomo Matakake, and we're talking about Indians here, right? So I wasn't able to get his dad, but you'll find these people's like names and stories and these. Let me see if they're added now, because I might have not have. Okay, now we got a new suggestion that these are his parents, and it seems Choi Koyunda and so Indian and Indian. So most likely that's Indian for straight up, right? On that side. This side we got Margaret de Langlade. Uh-oh. What you mean de Langlade? So Johnny Comic, who's an Indian, he's in the reservation. They're there. These all people classified as Indians. His mom is Margaret Okiwa de Langlade. His dad is Indian. His mom is half. Her dad is Charles M. Langlade Sr. Now these are famous people. I'm showing you guys. These are first founders of Wisconsin. All this other stuff. Like these are him and his dad, Augustine Langlade, are famous. You guys can Google it. Look, there's 22 hints you haven't even, because I was just trying to create the tree, but all the documentation is here. All the story, as you guys can see. Okay, fur trader, officer in the colonial regular troops, and Indian Department employee. All right. Huh? San Agustin de Langlade, a prominent trader and Domitil sister of Ni Sowakwet. So his mom was Indian. So what I'm trying to show you guys is a trend that a lot of these people are have, and then their parents just have, and then their parents are have, literally going all the way to the first European that came. It's almost like they were choosing who they were making into chiefs and who's remembered in history, who's dealing with them, who's signing the treaties. And this is not just in Wisconsin. I'm talking about this is the same stuff I'm finding in the southeast amongst the five civilized tribes and all that, guys. It's the same thing. Certain prominent Irish, English, you know, families down there, Huguenot, doing the same thing. A lot of the chiefs that we think are 100% Indians are half, and then their parents are half, and then it keeps going like that. So let's get back into it. I'm just trying to make a point. All right. Hold up. Let me hide the siblings. Again, we were in the comic. Again, we went up the Tourtillott family, who's supposed to be very prominent Indians. All right, again, we went up that line, like Glade, married an Indian. Okay, her parents, both Indians. A lot of siblings. As you guys can see, more Indians, no key, long whiskey, Ojibwa woman. Now we got Ojibwa, Minnesota. So a lot of different ancestries in a lot of Native Americans, and they only claim the most modern one they're associated with, or their parents ended up with, or their grandparents ended up in. But they have a lot of mixture, a lot of, even like you guys, you might have Catawba, Saponi, and you think you're only Cherokee, you know, and that's what I mean. You might have a lot more Indian in you than Choctaw, than Chickasaw, than Seminole, you know. Or you might have a lot more tribes in you, even Algonquin, you know, coming from the north. But Siouan, Eastern Siouans, you know. Okay, so it seems on this side we got Indians, right? As you guys can see, Ojibwe mostly. See where they're and we got some more hands for her dad. Okay, Chief Longhorn. Okay, we close that. This her husband as well. So again, Charles married an Indian woman, straight up. His dad, Augustine Leglade, right, born in Quebec, Canada. So there's a trend with the people the settlers going into Wisconsin, Michigan. There are a lot of them coming from Quebec, a lot of French, right, like as you're seeing right here. His wife, the mom of Charles Langlade, founders, I believe, or one of the first in Wisconsin, right? She's an Indian. Uh, Look at the image I got for her mom. That's pretty cool image. These are real drawings. I actually got a pretty cool one, something like this, but a better image showing. As you guys can see, look at that. Yeah. All right. Hopefully, you don't. Let's go back. Yeah. Hey, Joseph. Hey, Matt. Hey, I might not make it, man. This is we might be here for a while. It's okay. I'm not gonna rush. Just want to show people this. Okay. So his dad, born in Quebec as well. You see, Pierre Moet Sieur de Moras. So he's Langlade de Moras, the Moor, right? The Moras, the Moor, the Moras, Sir of de Langlade. And then his wife, Isabel Lavelle. Let's go up their line real quick. All right. Pierre, his dad, Pierre as well, Moet de Moras the first. He's from France. He ended up in Quebec. The Moors. The Moors. Marie Taupin, Quebec, going up her line. Just make sure we don't got more Indians, right? French. Her mom is Boucher, also from France, ended up in Quebec, as you guys can see. These are real famous people. There's a lot of hints, as you guys can see, 20 hints. There's a lot of documents from Quebec, marriage documents, baptisms, church records, all that. Go ahead and verify if you like. Take screenshots and go verify. Have a blast. So going to his wife's back down. So we know that ends up with French people right there. And then we got Lavelle here, Lavelle family. Her dad, Claude Lavelle, also coming from France. Her mom, Radisson, like the Radisson Hotel chain line and casinos and all that. Oh, now we are overstand. Uh, Radisson. How many of these people are Huguenots? How many are not? All right, so as you guys can see, we got a little French there and this Indian woman who's the mom again of Johnny Comack, who's supposed to be an Indian man. So, as you guys can see, even the Indians are not 100% here. Now we go up to Tortellini. Go up Tortellini. Tourtillott. Sorry if I'm killing your name if you're a Tourtillott. My fault. Then you got Henry Cobb Tourtillott from Brunswick, Canada. And then you got Thomas Vernon Tourtillott coming from Maine. Now these are supposed to be Indians, and that's why I was like, hold on. Let me see, so 1880. Okay, so-called white. Conto, 1870. Shawano. They're living on the reservations. I was reading all this stuff. I forgot where I was reading it. Okay. Oh, that's Henry Tourtillott Cobb. There you go. So now we got actually hints for his dad. Oh yeah, they found his dad. Who was in Maine. His guy was in Maine, supposedly. Oh yep, his dad says born in Providence. So yeah, he passed away in Maine. We got Abraham Tourtillott. So we're gonna continue going. So we're doing this live right here because I didn't have these hints before. And then we got Leah Mansell from Situate, Plymouth, Mass. So we got a lot of. We're gonna see. We got a lot of people going into Pilgrims, Mayflower. And we're talking about Native Americans ancestors. How many of them know they got pilgrims as ancestors? And they was talking down on pilgrims. Okay, and it keeps going now that they found the people we're looking for. These are coming from other families of historical people, that's why. So we got also another Abraham. born about 1725. We got his mom. This is drawings and pictures. Uh, there's no cameras in that time period. All right. Rhode Island, huh? So in this line, see where they're coming from. They wasn't always in Wisconsin. We're coming from Rhode Island. Let's see how far back we can go. Oh, and we're going more far back. And so we got 3 Abrahams. And that's another trend that you would see. Names being passed down, the fifth, the third, the fourth. And Lydia Ballard, 1700s. So I like to go all the way as far as back as I can go, reaching either Indian or European. Just to make sure I don't find anything amazing like, oh, look at this. And as you guys saw, how many Abrahams was that? They kept the name going on this side. So we got 1, 2, 3. Now we got a fourth. And they're naming him the third. So imagine that. Okay, so he's coming from France, as you guys can see. And look where he passed away, in Guyana. He didn't just settle there. Remember who's the people going to Brazil, Guyana? Who was settling there? We just made videos about this stuff, guys. We just made videos about. I bet you these are Huguenots. All right. And his mom, she's a Bernard. La Rochelle. La Rochelle was a big Huguenot hotspot before they came over to the Americas, and especially to Quebec and Canada and the New England area. Check out my Acadian video. We showed the whole proof. New Rochelle was full of Huguenots. La Rochelle. All right, and then going down to his wife, the Ballards. Heard that, Isaac? He's from Providence, supposedly. This is pretty far back, 1674, and that's something I was really amazed at. A lot of these families and these people's families are going all the way back to like the 1600s and literally coming with these first settlers coming in these ships, whatever status they had, even though they put all these family crest images, that's just people doing that. A lot of these people came in as indentured servants, persecuted. A lot of these people were in the witch trials. A lot of the people were the jurors in the trials. Like, and these are all family. Like, this is what I was seeing. So we started out in Wisconsin, right? Look where we are. We're in New England. We're in Quebec. All right. So let's see what we got. Do we got his parents? Okay, so usually if I hit here, there's usually other family members that already got the info down. If not, let me see. As you guys can see. So they're saying Nathaniel Ballard and Rebecca Hudson are his parents. And they come out of Essex. This is very early. These people might actually be coming out of England. So what I've noticed, and I noticed there was a lot of trends, and that's usually the descendants trying to make these people more American as much as they can. But a lot of these early people, you got to know that, you got to understand the history. So when were the Pilgrims? When did they show up? When it was the first ships? Who was the first person in Lynn, Essex, Massachusetts? Like, you got to Google all that. That's what I do. So that's why I know it's impossible. Some of these dates, a lot of them I give the benefit of the doubt in case they were pilgrims and stuff. The Pilgrims 1620s, 1619, 1620s. So yeah, by the 1636, some of the survivors or some of the people after that settling could have had a child there, right? But in most cases, I end up finding out that they came from England once I find their parents. Or, not just England, but from Europe. So what we adding here is what I have already matched. I didn't add none of the siblings and all that. That would have took a long time. And I'm working with so many different people here in different lines. And I want to show you guys, okay, in general, where these people are ending up. And you guys see how far up I'm going. Okay, let me see. So what happened? Okay. Yeah, they closed it on us. All right. So we got to Nathaniel coming out of 1636, they're saying. Now, if I hit search here, let me see what happens. He should come up. Yep, he did. So Nathaniel Beverly Ballard, son of William Townsend Ballard and Mary Hungerson. Here's his gravesite. So if I start adding this stuff, guys, the hints will start popping up. The ones that I just searched for right there. And that's how usually this website works. You got to start really adding the hints, the good ones, getting rid of the bad ones, and it'll generate more hints. It'll start working a little better for you. All right. So I'm just going to click on that other family just so you can see where their parents are coming from. All right. So his dad, again, he's coming from England, ended up in Essex. So that's where he was born. That makes sense. And then he got his mom, B. De Nada Walker, unknown, most likely. In that time, there's nobody really, no English coming in at that time like that. So most likely England. All right. So we got English there on that Tourtillott line as well, as you guys saw. And then we go down. We got Thornton here. So if you got related, you got these last names, and you know you heard your family was from this area, yeah, you might be related to these people. Okay. And it's gonna probably keep going here. Let's see. Uh, Internet's a little slow sometimes. Okay. Shout out to Love Legacy for making me do this. Yeah. So as you guys can see how this is how I find, don't just give up. If you see, okay, no more hints, I'm stuck. Like, keep going. Like sometimes it's just the algorithm's not really working with you. You gotta keep going, right? Yeah. I do this fast. I'm not adding any extra spouses. So I'm just leaving it pretty simple with the people I'm working with. But usually I add all the spouses, I add all the siblings. When I'm working on somebody's tree, I add everybody, as many people as I can, because you never know if that other person that you're adding can help the tree out, has some records that might open up a lot for you. So in general, those most likely are going back to Europe, right, on this side. All right, we got Phillips, Thornton, Tourtillott, we got Mansell here. We got her parents, John Mansell from England, ended up in Penobscot, Maine. Lee Simmons, Plymouth, possible Mayflower descendant. All right, so I did find a couple. I was reading these stories. I was like, wow. And then, I found ancestors of these people that were in the witch trials and got murdered, got condemned, killed, executed. And then there's like a whole story like how they felt bad now. So for the poor victims of the crazy witch trial era, right? And something very revealing about some of these so-called witches they were killing. And we learned this in the book that we read from yesterday, Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. We didn't read it yesterday, but that a lot of these people were Sephardic, were crypto Jews and Muslims that they were trying to get rid of, the Catholics that were settling there. Remember, these people had war. There was a religious war still going on with the settlers. And but they were saying they were practicing in secret. They were calling it witchcraft. A lot of the time was the Jewish and the Muslim rites that they were doing, believe it or not. And then they made Tatuba, the Indian, right? They supposedly she was black. In the Caribbean, Arawak Indian, they made her, they beat her and everything, made her point out people. They made her lie to condemn certain people. So it's a whole story. I got the whole video. Go check it out. We're still in Duxbury, Plymouth, Woodworth. All right, another last name here, Woodworth. Scituate, Plymouth, Mass. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Well, those who landed are also in you. Those a lot of those pilgrims were cryptos. Check out my Puritan videos, guys. Check out my Thanksgiving videos. All that. Check it out. Check them out. All right. Most likely these people are going wherever the Simmons is going. You know, we always kind of like check this out. Where we go, most likely England. Oh, Ireland, huh? Israel, Ireland, Scotland. So among the Cornish people are raised with a rich Celtic heritage. That's where that's going back to. Okay, Simon. Simon, son of Simon, huh? Oh, come on, why are they closing it in on us? Come on. All right, and then Simmons, Mansell. Oh, we got that. Okay, Mansell, Inman, Joseph Caroline Inman, coming out of Maine. So again, these I didn't have these hints 2 days ago when I was on this part of the tree. So here we go. Thanks for being here right now. I didn't expect to do this, but I just wanted to show you guys. I thought they weren't going to be able to populate. So this is a great example, though. Don't, okay, so if you start your tree, you don't got nothing. Hey, wait a couple days. Make sure you add the right info. You're going to get hints. I didn't have none of this the other day. I didn't pursue it really. I could have probably forced it to populate hints, but I didn't pursue it that much. So Inman, interesting last name, right? Inman. Let's see if it comes up. Oh yeah, look at that. English. It's an Anglo-Saxon name. Sons of Sons of Isaac. Saxon. Inman. Look at this. Divorce petition, sailor. What did I see? Found at National Archives. So there's stories attached to these people too, which kind of help you verify a lot of the info that you're getting. It talks about their children, who their parents are, where they're coming from, where they were born. So you can kind of verify that with the, and of course you're gonna get a lot of different results sometimes. You got to kind of go with the most general, and also like so this one. Now this person has Rhode Island instead of Massachusetts. This is where he ended up. Was he really born there? That's probably what somebody thought, but I'm gonna put Providence because look where his parents are born, or born and died, right? Providence, Rhode Island. So that's probably where he's coming from. So somebody knew that. Another family didn't know that. That's where I was probably stuck. And that family I was following probably was stuck. They didn't have this piece. So again, you got to keep going with your genealogy every day, if you can. Little time, not every day, but you'll keep working on it. It never ends. My point. So we're not gonna add her. Okay. As you guys can see, it's gonna keep going. Maury. Just trying to see, make sure I don't run into like any kind of Indian name or anything like that, just to make sure. I just want to really show you how much Indian blood all these people really have. I'm telling you, all these people's descendants became Indians, Native Americans. They're in the Indian roads, they're in the reservations, living right there. All right. Now they say they weren't federally recognized anymore after 19. Was there a reason for that? The government find out more. All right, man. I'm not even gonna say it. 1654 all the way in Prairie, Rhode Island. So his parents are most likely coming from Europe, right? I can probably go get this and get his mom, Elizabeth Bennett. Who's the Bennetts? Many Bennetts were Sephardic Jew. Bennetts go back to Baruch, blessed. We got this many times. Many times. Let me just see where they're going to. Okay, Providence. She's in Providence. And she's in Providence as well. Yeah. Wow. You don't need $5, huh? What? I mean, that was in the five civilized tribes only, really. That whole $5 thing. All right. So where's his dad coming from? Come on, man. I told you London, most likely going back to Europe. Then we got Hopkins for his mom. And again, anybody can verify this. I know I'm just adding it quick, but I'm very sure this is like, because I added correct information and this is populating. Like I don't, I take out all the bad stuff, so I know the algorithms are gonna start working for me a little better. This is historic people, so they can't really end man the second. You can Google this. Google him right now. Put 1654. You're gonna see this comes up. Something's gonna come up. All right. So Paige, her mom is Piper. Piper. Most likely they're gonna go back to Europe as well. All right. I'm not gonna. What I'll do is I'll definitely, if I find anything interesting, if I keep doing it to the Europeans, because that's I already know they're probably gonna end up in Europe. Because if not, all these people right here would already be claiming Indian. Chief this, chief that, chief this, all these people, and they did. You saw why. So from here is where the Indian starts, right? Not from here up. But we're gonna close that. We know the comics, Indian. So Tourtillott, yeah, he's an Indian. He's there. He's recognized as Indian. He was even called chief. He even became chief, guys. Believe it or not, he's chief through his mom's side. But we saw that even in his mom's side, it goes to the Lagrange, right? On her dad, right? Lagrange, right? So it's not full Indian, right? We got some French in here. Okay, remember that. All right. Harrison stuck there. Not a lot of hints. Oh yeah, sorry, England. That's why. And then that's that line going up the Laughlins. Laughlins, remember, this is her husband. Supposed to be a very prominent Indian line she married. So I saw one Indian line there, right? But I saw a lot of European as well. Now we're gonna go to his maternal side, right? Laughlin. Parents Louis Sawyer Laughlin, Ohio. Ended up in Missouri. Then we got Driver, Ohio. All right, here's the parents. David Laughlin, Virginia. Ended up in Ohio. Amy P. Johnson, Ohio. Okay, going up the Laughlin lines, guys. Here's that Charles Laughlin coming from Delaware. Ended up in Ohio, right? His wife, Protzman, Virginia. All right, so you see, every time we go up, there's a new last name. There's a new last name every mating that you always got. Every generation you going up, you're gonna have a new last name. These are all your families. Where you think you got all these last names from? So Dorman Laughlin from Delaware. Now we're like what in the Delaware Indian Lenape people area right here. All right, his wife Comfort Smith, Delaware. So let's go up their line real quick. These people's line. Dorman Laughlin, Delaware. His dad John Laughlin, coming from Virginia, ended up in Laughlin. So there's records. This is real people, guys. This is this like that. This I took my time with. These people I took my time with. I was looking for the Indians just to make sure. I was trying to see what they were claiming. We got Priscilla Laughlin here, born in Northampton, Virginia. Let me see if we got parents now. These might be new hints. Yeah, so we got John Laughlin. Shit. Yeah, that's probably not because that looks just like her name and her husband's name. So that's I don't trust that one. I don't trust that one. Jeannie has the same. No, let me see what Jeannie got. Jeanette. Yeah, they don't have parents. So I'm gonna hit search just to see what I get. So here's some documents on her. No parents. except what we just saw earlier, which kind of not makes sense. Let me just see what these people have. So he's saying that her mom is also called Priscilla, and that her dad is also called John, just like her husband, which could be the case. So we can give them the benefit of doubt. After there, they don't really know where they come from. We're already in the 1600s. I don't see no trace of Indian, most likely European, right? So Laughlin, which ended up in Virginia, this is all the way in the 1600s. Okay. And then on the Laughlin side, we got Dorman again, Laughlin, still in Virginia, 1949. It was very, very early. And then his dad Charles coming from England. His mom, Lady Mary. Lady Mary, huh? Joni from England. English. So we got more English blood in this Indian. England, Leighton. Leighton, right? Laughlin most likely. Let me just Laughlin. Wait. Law, like that? Laughlin. Is that how you spell it? Loughin. Yep. Yep. So that might be a variation of something else. And then we got on this side, Danley. She was in Delaware. Her dad, William Danley. I'm just doing this in case any of you got these last names and you know that your people were in this area or they came from this area, so you guys can know that these are related to you as well and may help you. So he's in Delaware, and I didn't get no more hints. We ended up there 1680. Let me see if this has any. But this don't have the parents either. Let me see what happens when I hit search. And still don't got parents. If I probably start adding all these hints, most likely it might start popping up. Here's some London stuff. So he might be from London, you know. Some people might not know, and they just put Delaware. He might be from England. So just to let's see, Danley. Pretty interesting name, Dane, huh? Dan Danley. So again, this also might be a variation of something else. Just because it's not in here doesn't mean it's not like a last name. This has like very prominent names, this website, you know. It could also be spelled differently. Oh, yeah, biking, huh? I mean, you guys can Google it. It'll probably give you some websites that has the info, you know. So up here we have, okay, we went up there. Map. Ended up in Delaware too. Map. Look at that name. Interesting last name. Very interesting. And here we have her parents. Is most likely new. We didn't have this before. John Map. Nobody knows nothing about him and Mary. All right. Usually I don't add things like that unless I have all the info, and I add to it. You know, I gotta add approximate date, approximate place where she passed away. If their son is from, I mean, their daughter's from the state, they have to have passed away in the States too. You know, like they can't just be in England, because then that wouldn't make sense. Okay, so I'm not a new pretty. Okay, Jemima, Aunt Jemima, Hebrew name. If you guys don't know, Jemima, the Hebrew name. So Map, again, pretty interesting last name, A-M-F. There you go, English surname Map, first found in Lancashire, where they held a family seat as lords of the manor. Okay, let's see some of them. 17th John Map arrived in Virginia. Look at this, guys. Come on, man. I can't make this up. Yeah, who arrived in Virginia? John Map. This is all. I literally found him, guys. See, this is what I was saying, man. Or that might be his dad, because if he was born 1669, his dad he might be junior, his dad might be. But you see, right? And these people are in Virginia. It matches that. It's most likely going to go back to that. So when you're in this website, in case you didn't know, you can go down here as I did. You might find, if you're all the way back in the 16 and 1700, you might find your ancestor right here. You know, the European one. I'm not talking about that you're European only. I know you Indian. Chill, chill. Just as Indian as these Native Americans. This is my point. And I'm going to continue showing you until the end of today's presentation. Okay, so Danley, Matt, we saw where that went. Laughlin. Ain't no Indians up there. Let's close that. Smith, Yeoman Smith. He's in Delaware. His dad, David, Massachusetts. His mom, Higgins, Sarah Higgins, Barnstable, Massachusetts. All right. And now we got hints for his dad. Plymouth, Hingham. All right. Smith. Hey, again, most likely a lot of these could be Mayflower descendants. Bet you if I start doing the history, I start finding all that, or at least I'll find the ship they came in. All this is recorded. All this is recorded, guys. Okay, Thomas Daniel Smith. There you go, love. There you go. We just showed that whole connection right now. All right, and we got Thomas Daniel Smith's son. So I'm gonna add this. This is from another tree. So what you do is when you find your ancestor on somebody else's tree and they got the parents, but you don't, how do I link this up? You go up here where it says tools, save to tree. Make sure you got your tree, the one you're working on. Oh, Malcolm X little. Oh, you guys ain't supposed to see that yet. All right, hold up. So we got Thomas Smith. We're looking for Thomas Smith. Come on. From 1650. That's on my tree. And now we're linking it up. And now we got the parents coming out of England. Ended up in Barnstable, matching where the kids were born. And again, that's the wife, most likely coming out of England as well. All right. So hopefully this helps too with your genealogy, how to use this website, navigate through it. It gets a little messy, especially because a lot of people have so much wrong info. You gotta really, guys. I had to clean up a lot. I wasn't just getting hints and just, oh, look how easy. This took me days. To make sure I was gonna not make an ASS of myself and be showing you wrong lines and wrong people. I'm pretty confident with what I'm finding here. Okay, I'm pretty confident you can Google a lot of these people way back here, and you'll find their story. So we got Higgins. So his wife is Mayo. Look at that, young Mayo. So Mayo, almost like Maya, right? Mayo. Where's that name going back to in ancient times, huh? Supposedly. The Normans, huh? Normans. Where's the Normans going back to, huh? So it's not very generalized. Yeah. But it was brought into England is what they're saying by the Normans and stuff. So we got Higgins here on this side. Plymouth 1640. Wow. Irish. There are many Irish surnames being used today in forms that are quite different than the original ancient forms. Higgins originally appeared in Gaelic as O'Huigin, which is derived from the word Uigin, which is a king to Norse word, Viking. Ah! Look at that. So who's the Higgins? Irish Vikings. That's what's up. But you see this tower symbol? That's also one of the symbols of the tribe of Israel. Check out part 3 of my Israel and the Nations of Europe. We talk about that. All right? Which makes sense because who's the Danes? Danites. All right, going down back to Elizabeth Nutter. Heard that we're getting here now. Coming out of Delaware, 1693. Oh, that's what's up, Love. Hey, check out Love Legacy. Hook up with him. I don't know if if anybody knows him, but make sure to check out his channel and what he be doing. He does a lot. He's done a lot of genealogical videos, a lot of good books he's written. So he's kind of very informed about this stuff right here. All right, British colony of Delaware, Nutter. Nutter. That's an interesting last name. English Irish. The name Nutters from the ancient Anglo-Saxon culture of Britain comes from Canute, Canute, popular name in England in the early Middle Ages. All right. Let's see here. Nutter settlers in the United States, 17th century. Look, New England, Virginia, Maryland. We're in Delaware, Maryland here. Hey, we might end up with these people right here. Okay, this is what I'm saying. There's a real history to this. Genealogy is real history. We're not talking about spitting in a tube and somebody telling you, oh, you came from this plant, your ancestors came out of. DNA test cannot tell you the location where your ancestors originated. It doesn't work for that, guys. That's it. Period. It doesn't work for that. It works for other things. Murder cases, paternal, finding relatives, people you might have been related to. That doesn't mean both of you come from it doesn't mean that you come out wherever that person came from. You guys might have a common ancestor anywhere in the world, not just Africa. All right. Starting up again. Hey, Love, don't worry, man. I can go check you out, man. All right. So going up to Protzmans, Maryland. A lot of Swiss, a lot of German, a lot of in that area. Dutch people. Look at that, German, right? Ended up in Maryland, right? Who was Benjamin Franklin complaining about, guys? What did Benjamin Franklin say about the Germans in this time period? Do you guys remember? This is what I'm saying about, oh, we're just looking at white people here. Really, are we? So even these Native American, so-called white Native American, nobody's calling them white Native Americans, but they want to call black folks black Native Americans. Even these so-called white Native Americans have black Europeans in them. Ain't that some funny? Yeah. Who's the Germans in 1700s? Huh? Benjamin. Man, we're not gonna rush, right? Benjamin Franklin. I was gonna play Call of Duty today with some friends. I guess I'm not. Sometimes I do that just to do something different, guys. Benjamin Franklin, right? German immigration. What did he have to say about German immigration? Oh, look at this. I didn't say it. Look, Stupid. Swarthy Germans. Swarthy Germans. Right? He said that the Germans, oh, come on. Come on, don't play me. Don't play me. I know exactly observations concerning the increase of mankind, people, and of countries. It's a short essay written in 1751 by American polymath Benjamin Franklin. Let's see if they got it right here. Controversial paragraphs. Oh, controversial. It's controversial. Hold on. I hate having to do this. They know what I'm looking for. They know exactly what oh, look at that. No, they don't want to show it. Look at that. Oh, hold up. What? Hold up. What? Observations. There we go. So he makes a lot of points. So let me just, I know I got a lot of new people always. And people think I'm blackwashing and whitewashing and all this other stuff they think I'm doing. Whatever. Anyways, Franklin wrote an essay in 1751. In the following spring, he sent a copy to Peter, blah, blah, blah. So this is his points, right? We go all the way to point 25. I know this like the back of my hand, guys. Point 25. Oh, 24, sorry. Which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. Very small. All Africa is black or tawny, right? Tawny is melanated too. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. Meaning, other than new people that are coming, it's wholly what? Tawny. Dark skinned people here in general. Copper colored tribes. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally what we call swarthy complexion, as are the Germans. As are the Germans. The Germans, swarthy. Swarthy. A lot of people have trouble with the word swarthy. They don't understand. They have trouble understanding that it means a dark complexion person, being of a dark hue, dusky complexion, 20, swart, right? I go to all of them, the modern and the old definitions. It's gonna tell you the same thing. A black people, black. Compare black, dark, a person of their skin, dark, swarthy, dark, swarthydictionary.com, swarthy, a skin color, complexion, dark. That's what they talking about when they saying swarthy, talking about a skin color. Swarthy, a dark face, not just a dark face, but a dark complexion, so-called black, Negro, Negro. Let's get to the. Let's just say it how it is. People talking about this means tan, Kurimeo. That means people with black hair. Come on, man, stop practicing cognitive dissonance. Get out of my channel if you don't want to learn real history. So again, ain't nobody can tell me I'm conjecturing or making up things when Benjamin Franklin's telling me that these people are swarthy coming in, these Germans at the same time, all right? Sorry, I went off topic. Maybe not. Maybe I am on topic. All right, his mom also most likely a swarthy German. Hell, man. Hell, yeah. Hell, man. Hell, yeah. Hell, man. Hell, man. Hell, yeah. Schreiber. Schneiber. And then we got Miller, which I already knew when I saw Miller. Oh, most likely that's going to turn into Mueller. They say O here, but with a U, Mueller, which is German. Many Millers go back to Muellers. They anglicize their name to Miller, and you think you're from England or whatever, but your ancestor might have been German. And when they got here, they anglicized their name. They changed it to Miller. All right? We just talking about swarthy Germans. That's all we're talking about. The proportion of so-called white people in this time was very small. I didn't say it. Benjamin Franklin's telling you. And this is where? foundersarchives.gov, National Archives. Any questions? Okay. So we know where they're coming from. So we got German, English, French, and all these prominent Indian family, right? On the Laughlins. Johnson's, Jonas Johnson, going up. Azel Johnson, Woburn, Mass. Captain Benjamin Johnson, Middlesex, Massachusetts. His dad, Benjamin, still in Middlesex. His dad, William Munster Johnson, coming from England. Then we got Esther Wiswall, which I doubt she was in Dorchester. That's where I grew up, man. It's just like when I see these people being in where I grew up in the 1600s, I just be like, wow. If only they knew. Dorchester's the hood today, Well, they're fixing it up. I heard, I haven't been in Boston in years, ever since I moved back. But yeah, Dorchester, right? They were kind of there that early. Whether she was, that's a whole different thing. But her parents, Ebenezer Wiswell, England. Her mom, Burbage, England. She might have been born in England too. Somebody just put in her in Dorchester. That's probably where she lived. But she might have been born there. Dorchester. Park your car in Dorchester. Okay? Dottie. I'm from Dottie. From the Bloody Bean, yo. All right. So, Johnson, Sarah Walker, the Walkers in Massachusetts. His mom, or her mom, Wyman. The Walkers coming from, and this family, England. And Sheldon, we hear England, right? Wyman, 11. Oh, sorry. Middlesex. So Wyman, right? John Wyman, England. Her mom, Nut, England. All right. England, 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 England. Again, this is a prominent Indian family. They telling us. All right. Go up the Wilson line. Samuel Wilson, Middlesex, Massachusetts. Look at the time periods. We're pretty far back. And then we got Simmons. I'm just looking to try and see if there's any Indians here. Like, why are they claiming so much Indian? Wilson, Massachusetts, 1673. England, Wilson, England. Ended up in Massachusetts, right? You see that? Carter, like J.C. Carter. Massachusetts, Charleston, Charlestown, Pakika, England, Chamberlain, England. All right. Close that. Foster, Australian, Fabea. No, sir. So Foster and Braintree, Mass, right here. Joseph Foster, Braintree, Alice Gordon, Roxbury. That's the hood today. That's next to Dorchester. That's in the city of Boston. It's amazing to learn about the history, who was really landing there, and like to know that these were possible Black Europeans too, guys. You can't just think so-called white folks ending up in these places. And then this is the hood today. Like, how do you know a lot of these people are still not there? Thinking they came from Africa. Or thinking that there's something there now. Whatever it is. Doesn't have to be just Africa. So England fosters the Chillingworths, England. On the Gorton side, John Gorton, England. Wheaton, England. A lot of English people. Doesn't always mean these people are English. A lot of people could be have been living in England, coming out of different areas of Europe. But most of these are English names, in general, that we're linking up to these. So again, we did Simmons already. On another line, we saw. So there's another Simmons. William Simmons ended up in England again. And look at this. Fifen or Pippin. Pippin, right? Like Scottie Pippen. Fifen, Pippin. It's the same family, different variations, guys. This one's going back to England, but this is what I'm saying. So this Pippin might end up in France if I start working, going up. It might end up in France. I believe that's a French name eventually. And Bloodgood, England, and then Eagleston Square. Ha! Now I see where they got it from. That's in the hood. Everybody from Boston knows what I'm talking about. So, possibly named after Black folks, guys. This is what I'm saying. Possibly named, not from white slave masters like they made us think, but because I know a lot of the names up there are Sephardic Jews and in these streets or Huguenots. Like I know Bowden Street doesn't, like I know that was a Black European. And they used to tell us, oh, these are named after white slave masters. We gotta change the name. We got so fooled. Going down, back down. And we got Ruth Brown here. We got John Brown, her dad, coming out of Worcester, Mass. Worcester. Then we got John Brown, Hampshire, Massachusetts. Then William Brown coming out of Worcester, his dad, Colonel Brown, right? The second, William II. William the First, England. Mary Murdoch, England. His wife Hyde. She's Frost, actually. Yeah, Hyde Frost. Her dad Frost in Boston in 1639, supposedly. Her mom Wakefield, 38. Supposedly these people, I question a lot of this, that they were born at that time. It's no records really saying yes or no, but I think a lot of them were born and they came with their parents when they were young. But either way, their parents are ending up in England, Wakefield as well, England, and then Littlefield, her mom, England. All right, go back down, 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 John Brown. So Newhall on this side, Massachusetts, Stebbins. So Stebbins and Newhall. Yeah, at first I was adding the siblings. I stopped doing that as I went on the tree because it was again taking too long. It was starting to take too long. So Newhall in Lynn, Massachusetts, 1653. His dad, Thomas Newhall, from England, Olney Parish Sherrington, Buckinghamshire, England. Elizabeth Porter, from England as well, his mom. On this side, Rebecca Green, Thomas Green, her dad, coming from England, and her mom, Rebecca Hills, says Malden, Massachusetts, but her dad, Joseph Hills, coming from England, her mom, Rose Clark, coming from England. Okay? I just want to be clear. And this is not guessing. We're showing specific, specific information, genealogy, a genealogical history. Okay? That was with the Nels and the Browns. Okay, we got the Baldwins right here. Rebecca and Samuel, her dad, Milford, Connecticut. And then we got Nathaniel Baldwin, still in Connecticut. And then now we got a hint for his dad, which we didn't have before, and most like England. Nathaniel. I mean, you can, like I said, you guys want to pause and verify all this info, the years, the people, who they are historically, because a lot of these are founders or, oh, this is the first surveyor or first governor of this town or, whatever, or indentured servant, convict, transport, things like that, whatever. You start finding it. And we got another Pippin here, and most likely, I think we saw Benjamin Pippin, but he's in England, and his wife Ewer, interesting, England. That's on the ball when we have another Green here, Captain Samuel Green from Malden, and his wife Upham. And in Boston in the hood, we have Upham's Corner, just like Eagleston Square. These are all in the inner city. Upham's Corner. All right, shout out to everybody from Boston. You know what I'm talking about. Now you see this coming from a lot of the families, first settlers in these areas. So we have Samuel Green, but we got 22 hints on the Upham side. We have Plymouth, might be a possible Mayflower family, and then Roof Wood. All right, Baldwin is Huguenot. You heard it, guys. But you see, these people came out of England. That's what I was saying earlier. They may be coming out of England, but they might be something else, guys. A lot of these people have been living 2, 3 generations in England or Ireland or Scotland, and they might be French, they might be Germans, they might be. You guys know the history. I got the videos. Catch up all the migrations that happened with Europeans before they got here. All the stuff they were going through over there, persecutions and their wars, their religious wars, all that. Captain Samuel Green. And we got 22 hands, so most likely, all right. So this is what I'm saying. So while I was doing this alone, guys, without you guys here, I'm kind of rushing right now. Before I added any missing parents, and I went into, I would read the things that are coming up, and I would be able to verify the history, see what's written about them, like Captain Samuel Green, son of Thomas and Rebecca Hills Green of Malden. So I think we have them. We already have these same people. We just saw them and on another person's line right here, and this almost very close to this person, related to this, like third, fourth cousins. Right? We just did the Greens. Coming out of John Brown, I think. Let me see. John Brown was one of them. I know I saw it. I know you guys saw it. We just saw it. And there was a Rebecca, so they kept the name. And now his parents, Thomas and Rebecca Green, is the one I was talking about. It's the same, so they're related. And I found that a lot. I'm going to show you guys on the other lines. So we got his dad, Deacon John Upham, Church of England. Ended up in Malden. And on the Wood side, we got her mom, Ruthly Musall, born in England as well. So you guys see the trend, right? And most likely I can find all the parents if I keep going. That one I know is definitely Thomas and Rebecca. We just saw it. I just read it there. And Thomas and Rebecca's in one of these lines, up John or Newhall or the other, whatever we just saw. Yeah. Excuse me if I'm babbling, guys. I guess a lot of info I'm trying to go through. All right, going back down. We got here through Ruth. Going back down, we got here through Amy Johnson. And we got here, that was the whole Laughlins. No Indians. On the whole Laughlin side, no Indian. I didn't find any. But this is supposed to be a very prominent Indian line. Now, are there any on the driver's side? Well, right away. You see the difference? So, Caroline Driver, the wife of Laughlin, her dad is Francis Arroyo Driver from Wyandotte, Ohio, most likely Wyandotte Indians. And his mom, Minnie Matilda Hicks. And as you can see, guys, no hints, nothing, right? Let me see if I hit search. I don't remember if I hit search. Okay, so even this is not giving us parents. So I do know that Hicks, a lot of Indians had Hicks names, but there's a lot of Irish with Hicks names too. As you guys can see, Ireland here. And it was a derogatory. It's a lot of the time the name was derogatory. All right. So that's where we got. All right. Unfortunately, I mean, I can try to, if I take my time, I bet you I'll find her parents. I'll start looking for a Minnie or Matilda Hicks around this area, this time in Lancaster. I'm sure I'll find it. But look where she ended up. And Huron plays Wyandotte Indian burial ground. So she must have some Indian blood, guys, even though she's carrying that Hicks name. And this is all I'm trying to say is she might most likely definitely is Indian, but she's also a Hicks, guys, okay? So she got that name from somewhere. And every time you're gonna see in the lines here, every time I saw a European name on an Indian, I kept working up the tree and I found the European. Okay? And you wouldn't know for 2 generations. So Chief Isaac Sayo Tosa driver. Alright, so that's what I got on the drivers. Unfortunately, I didn't get any more. But English. The name driver was an occupational name for someone who was a driver or drover, for someone who drove a herd of cattle. That's what driver means. It doesn't mean drive a car. Check this out. Another source goes into more detail. Driver, the driftman on moors, because moors means swamp. The driftman on moors. The man employed to sweep together the colts and horses and cattle and sweep sent out on the commons to center where the owners may claim them. On the wasteland, moors. Another word. A definition for that. All right. So, where are we? Okay, Isaac. So maybe if we Google this, we might get. I think I did get something. I do have notes here. I know I didn't just stay. I always Googled, to see if I found anything else. Chief Isaac's People of the River. Is that him? I don't think that was him. I think I remember reading this. It wasn't him. Francis Terrahuyu Driver. Check this out. See what I'm saying? Francis Terrahuyu Driver. So that was one of his sons actually. So this is him right here as the dad, Chief Isaac. So remember, he has a last name Driver and a name Isaac. And guys, I'm more than certain that he's not full Indian, but he has Indian blood. That's why he's able to become chief and all that. And all right. So I'm gonna show you why I'm saying that. We ain't done. All right. So yeah, on this Tortellini. Sorry, I'm saying the name's really bad. Tourtillott. Tortellini, my fault, man. Tourtillott. There is some Indians, guys, right? We saw it, but there's a lot of Europeans. It says she married a prominent Indian line, the Tourtillotts. Now, we're gonna go to her other husband, the Frendenbergs. The Frendenbergs, who she had these daughters with. Wayne Frendenberg, born in Duck Creek, Brown, Wisconsin. Now, this is supposed to be more prominent Indian than the other line, right? Okay, I just want to show you something, right? Harper Fredenberg, Indian Native American. Father's name, Ralph Fredenberg, Bernie Fredenberg. Indian Native American, huh? I mean, if you would look at this, you'd be like, wow, this is an Indian, 100% Indian right here. That's what they're saying. 100% Menominee Indian Reservation. They must be Indians fully. They might be full-fledged Indians right here. Right? Yeah, if you're late, guys, try to watch it from the beginning when you have time, because I'm trying to. I've been explaining something as I go, and I've been showing it. Right? Genealogy speaks for itself. You saw these people. You saw them. They're being called Indians. Ralph Fredenberg. Right? Ralph Fredenberg. Menominee Indian Reservation. Indian Native American. Huh. At this point, I was like, okay. Huh. Indian census roll. Frank Fredenberg, huh? Why he named Fredenberg then? why why? All right. All right, we'll leave the Harper line down here. We're gonna go up the Fredenberg line. We dealing with Indians, right? That's what it's telling. We're dealing with Indians, supposedly, but right? David A. Fredenberg's his dad coming out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. David Fredenberg dropped dead in the woods, buried at Duck Creek Monday morning. He just dropped dead. Wow. That was interesting, man. Right? He just had a heart attack, most likely. All right, but yeah, this is the dad of the Indian, right? Well, here's where one Indian. So let's start looking. All right, let's close this so we don't get confused. Again, we're gonna go up the Fredenberg line. Let's close this. So we got Abraham Fredenberg as his dad, coming out of Vermont, and then we got Mary Petaco Moses. All right, so we do have an Indian here, appears right on the Fredenberg line. So does that make them 100%? These people, they're in the census roll. This is what I'm trying. I'm gonna make a point. By the end of the video, I'm gonna ask you the same question. I'm gonna ask you the same question. I'm gonna make the same statement I'm gonna make right now. If these people who are on these Indian census rolls and be called Native Americans today, if they can claim their Indian heritage, knowing they have way more European heritage, why can't you? Why can't you? Why do you have to be a descendant of a slave or a freed man under the Cherokees or whatever they're trying to say you are? Why they gotta call you a black Indian or a Black Creek? Just like Silas Jefferson, right? Why they calling him a Black Creek? Are they calling any of these people white Menominees? Hold up, 1860, race, so-called white, Vanderburg. That was another form of the same name. All right. Making a statement here, as you're gonna see that I ain't making nothing of this up. So his wife, David's mom, is an Indian. We'll give him that. All right, so you claim an Indian right there. Okay, cool, cool. All right, all right. And then his dad, Watakwane, Wetakona. Now, this reminded me, I got this book right here, The Story of Oshkosh, His Tribe, Fellow Chiefs. I'm going to share this with you guys in the chat in case you're interested in reading it a little bit. You're going to see a lot of these names in this book as you read through it. One of them is this is one of them. When it's towards the end of the book, it'll say other chiefs, Watakwanek Wetakona. So they mention him. So these are historical people. I didn't just add these things. I actually verified all this stuff. It took my time, guys. It took me 4 or 5 days. And this whole time, 2 days I went without videos. And on top of that, the next 3 days or the next 2 days, I dropped those videos for the Sephardic Jews that I've been dropping the last 2 days. On top of what I've been working on this all day, just to prove to myself something, to help me with my research, and to put people on notice. You're officially on notice right now. Show me your genealogy, because now I see it's not just this Native American people. This is one example of many I found, and I haven't done the videos yet. But I'm gonna start doing it too. We're gonna start doing the genealogy of very prominent Native Americans, so-called chiefs that today are chiefs, right? That won't even allow certain black folks to join their tribes. We're gonna see how much Indian they really are. Okay, they know it too. That's the worst thing about it, because they need the genealogy to enter these tribes, and they know they only claiming 1/8 here, 1/16 here, Indian or whatever. All right. So, anyways, his wife Sawas Kutung Catherine Caron. All right. And trust me, I was stuck here. But I saw Caron. I was like, wait, why is she named Caron? Why is she named Caron? Even this Indian, we thought, right, married. Uh-oh, hold up. She's not a full Indian. Her mom is a Caron. I'm going to show you who her dad is. And we're going to run into these people on different lines. We're not even there yet. Watch. This guy right here, remember this image right here, guys. It's going to link to Chief Oshkosh. Remember this image. And remember this guy, Pierre Le Duc. Soligny. Let's close this. So her parents, Josette Caron, and Nomokwaki Le Duc Soligny. So I know these were both French names. I know Soligny most likely might be going back to Huguenots. I think I remember from my Huguenot video. All right. We're going to close his siblings too, which we have on other trees as well. All right. I'm going to show you, man. So they were kind of married in between each other, distant cousins, first cousins, and all this other stuff. It gets pretty crazy. I don't want to tell you the relationship with these two. You're not going to believe me, but I did the whole thing. I thought I was wrong. I thought somebody was wrong. He got with his aunt, basically. I'm just going to let you know. He got with his aunt. Something like that. Him. If not him, if it's that. Yeah, no. Yep, that's his mom. His mom right here, Wapesu. That's her sister. That's her sister. And I verified it, guys. He got with his aunt. But they have different, they have the same dad or mom, but they have a different parent, the two sisters. So I know it's kind of weird. Hey, but it literally happened. Literally happened. And then I thought my tree was going messed up. I was like, oh, how do I fix this? It took me hours to figure out. And then I read the stories. Yeah. And then all the documents were linking them up. Yeah. And then that was her sister. Yep. I verified all this. Anyways, short. Joseph Caron is the son of Claude Dx Caron, very famous guy here. Let me see. Okay, look. Dx Caron, Menominee leader. He became chief. But look what it's going to tell us in the Wisconsin Historical Society. Son of an unidentified French trader of the same name. He was not a hereditary chief. He was not even an Indian, but acquired respect and leadership through his personal qualities mentioned in Spanish documents. 1777 refused to join Pontiac's War of Resistance. Father of Glody, Thomas, and Ayometa. Okay. And this is another story right here. I'm gonna share this with you guys too. Read this. They come out in this. All these people come out in Agustin Griño's recollections. This guy was from 18. Story goes 57. He told his story about his famous Grignon ancestor that was dealing with all these people. And it's actually one of the only historical accounts of the area. All right, so I'm gonna share that with you as well if you're interested. That's what I'm saying. Like you can get the whole history. You can see the names are there. All this is verified. Um, right. Let's go up Claude. Let's go up Claude real quick. Right. Claude. He became a chief. Literally, when I first found this, all the families had Chief Claude Vis Caron, some Indian name, blah 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 blah. And I was like, but why his parents not Indians? And then I found that what I just showed you. He wasn't a chief by blood. He just became a chief. Okay? His dad, Claude Caron from Quebec, Canada. He came from Quebec, Canada. Like you guys can Google these people. There's a lot of history with them. Traders, fur traders, and all that. So, what we learn about Corsair du Bois, Corsair du Bois, right? Not just fur traders, but slave traders. They weren't just trading fur. They weren't just trading fur. All right. Elizabeth Pertius de Lalime from Quebec as well. But we got French people here. His dad, Claude Caron from France, ended up in Quebec. His mom, Varinis from Aquitaine, France. And on the Pertuis dit Lalime, coming from France, Pierre Pertuis, her dad, and her mom, Marie Claude Demise from Quebec, Canada. But I didn't stop. Her dad, Stephen Demise de Moose from France, and the mom, Genevieve Piocci from France. Piocci. All right. So Claude, sorry man, you ain't an Indian, but yeah, you got the title. You became a chief. Now his wife, we're talking about Chocho, Joseph Carron's mom. All right. She was Wepesiu Solini. This was also all this was very confusing, but as I was able to find hints and read a lot of documents and see a lot of the other families, what they were putting, I was able to put it together. All right. I'm going to show you who she's sister of when we go to another line. When we go to Oshkosh line, we're going to remember her and remember him. Okay. So her dad, because she's also Leduc Solini, Pierre Leduc di Solini, coming from Montreal, very famous here in history in this area, in these regions. His dad, Jean Baptiste Soligny from Quebec. And then Jean Leduc, his dad, coming out of France. And Soligny, Mary Soligny, coming out of France. That's where they joined with him, the Leduc Soligny family. And then Margaret de Roches coming out of Quebec. Jean de Roches and Francois Gaudy de Roches. All right. So, real quick. Let's see. The thing is, I had a lot of tabs open and I ended up closing on them. Okay. Ended up closing them. So, I'm Googling Pierre Leduc de Soligny and Oshkosh. Right? See if we can get a story here. It might not give me a story. Jeannie has the same genealogy. This is another thing I was able to verify with a lot of different genealogical sites. Let's just see if it has a story. I don't want to give us a story here. I know I had it. Oh, actually, let's go back to the tree. I keep forgetting to check the gallery. That's where a lot of the stories are. There we go. A lot of the stories are here. So here he's talking about someone, he's arrested. So look what it says here. Agreement by Pierre Leduc Boyer to enter the service of Marin Utterbus. Look, he's indentured to somebody, the service. Trader, voyager in the Illinois to travel with him to the Fox tribe and to winter there. And during that time to help build a house on a pirogue for a wage of 400 livres. At the end of his service to March. So he was dealing with a lot. He was an Indian trader. You know, these are your famous Indian fur traders and all that. Interpreters. Okay. I too am puzzled. Long time over the elusive parents of Charlie Leduc de Solini, Pierre Leduc, Solini, and Charlotte. There's quite a bit of information on Pierre. Okay, so they're talking about one of their daughters here. Hmm. Come on, give me a good story. Da, da, da. All right, we're gonna get to it when we get to the tree. You're gonna see how Oshkosh relates to him. To Pierre de Luc. Let's just get back to the tree before it gets later and later. All right, so all these people coming from France on Pierre Le Duc's side, who happens to be an ancestor to Oshkosh as well. I'm gonna show you guys. Now, his wife Charlotte Savages, she's supposed to be an Indian. Now, I don't know if she's getting Solini from just because she's married to Pierre, or if she's a Solini herself. But I think I noticed that a lot of these Savages families, because this became a last name, was applied to Indians. Literally, the word savage. So yeah, I'll give him the benefit that I think she is Indian. I did read that Pierre married an Indian, and which she had all these children with, right? And that's where they get in their Indian from. This girl right here and everybody else. But they're also French. That's what I'm trying to show you guys. Because these people end up becoming prominent Indians, like literally Native Americans. Like, but they got Pierre Le Duc Solini. There's a lot of history with them too in France and Quebec and all that. Okay, we clear on that? We're clear on that, right? Charles Savages. All right. Going up, down, going back to Chocho José and his wife, Nomakwa Le Duc Solini. Again, remember what I told you. That's Pierre's daughter too. He got with his aunt, but with a different, uh, supposedly wife that he had. All right, and they had his he was like six. He was very young when he had his first kid. That's why they had a lot of kids after that. There's so many kids. These people are mixing with each other, the descendants, the offspring, with all these other lines. Okay. So that was through Mary Moses. Now we're gonna go up to Fredenberg. Fredenberg. Again, this is a prominent Indian family, but we already saw, I mean, on this Indian, we went up and it turns into French too. Herman Fredenberg was in Vermont, his wife Huntley in Connecticut, and that's where we got with the Fredenberg. And I did Google it, and I did find the Fredenbergs. Yeah, stories of them in New England and traveling to Wisconsin, but I wasn't able to find Herman and his parents specifically. But I mean, you already guys already know Fredenberg, where that's gonna end up. That's not an Indian name. And then Huntley, Martin Huntley, coming out of New London, Connecticut, or Huntley, and then Phoebe Mack, his wife, Amos Huntley, his dad, also in New London. And we got his dad, Daniel Huntley, New London, Connecticut. Keep going up the Huntley line. Aaron Huntley, Suffolk now. So you see how they migrate. His dad, John Huntley, from England. Jane Curtis, Bennett Huntley, Bennett again. Then you got her dad, John William Curtis, coming out of England. Her mom, Elliot, Sarah Elliot, coming out of England. Close that up. Go up to Amos Huntley's wife, Mary Champion. Her dad, Henry Champion, Norfolk, England. Sarah Bennett. Remember the name Bennett, Sephardic Jew name. Sephardic Jewish name, guys. And then Daniel Huntley and Hannah Brown. We go up Hannah Brown, William Brown, her dad, from Wales, Mount Snowdon, Gionet, Wales. And then her mom, Polly, from Woburn, Mass. Her dad, George Polly, coming out of England, landowner, was in King Philip's War. Oh yeah? Did you kill a lot of the Pequot? Huh? Did he kill and murder a lot of the Pequot? And you know what's funny? So this is what I'm saying, guy. Look at the irony. This guy most likely killed Pequot, right? Indians massacred them. There's a whole massacre. But one of his ancestors, I mean descendants, is an Indian. It turns out to be Indians. They end up being Indians. You saw that, right? Carrying Indian blood. Okay, so again, he was from England. Elizabeth went England. I just want to show you the names. You guys got these last names so you can see. All right, going up the Mac side, we got Reverend Ebenezer Mac. A lot of Ebenezer. Oh, another thing, a lot of Hebrew names. There's no Ashkenazi Jews during these times. That's historical. You can Google that. You can verify that. They started coming in a little later than, literally 1800s is when they started coming in. A lot of the Ashkenazis. Before that, it was mostly Sephardic Jews who were bringing these Hebrew names, and Christians, so-called Christians, cryptos, who ended up being Sephardic or Muslim people, cryptos. So John Mac, right, is actually Macgavi or MacGregor, MacGay, coming from Scotland. That figures, right? I knew that when I saw Mac, I was probably going to Scotland, and I was right. Bagley's his wife, Sarah Bagley, in Massachusetts, 1663. Her dad, Orlando Bagley, from Suffolk, England. Her mom, Susanna Colby, Boston, Mass, which is 1634. I question a lot of these births. I think people are just adding that, but Colby, England. Again, what I'm saying is that they might have come with their parents as babies or young. But yeah, we give them the benefit of the doubt. They got marriage records in these places and all that. They just don't have birth stuff, you know. But a lot of the time they do say, "Oh, born here or born in England or came with their parents." I just haven't. Look, there's 11 hints here. It'll probably be a hint there to say she traveled with her parents on board this ship. Blah 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 blah. You end up finding all this stuff. Okay, so that was the ref. This. Let's close the Huntley line. Okay. So you see here, there's another Huntley here, right? And it goes up to an Aaron Huntley. So again, these people are probably related. They're married cousins, and I mean, when I'm saying on these two right here, because Phoebe Mack, her mom's a Huntley, and her husband's a Huntley. So it doesn't mean they're like direct cousins. They might be very distant cousins. And then Aaron Huntley, right? He goes up to Mary Ellen Champion. I know we saw Champion earlier in Middlesex, Connecticut. She got hints, and we got her parents, Henry Champion, which I was correct. We do have Henry here already. So this is another of their kids marrying in another line, ending up with the same ancestors, descendants, on the Brandenburg side. So let me show you what I mean. I already got these people on the tree, I believe. So let me just see if I'm right. If my memory serves me right, we're gonna go here, merge with duplicate, and you see it came up right away. Select duplicate. Sometimes they don't come up. You got to search for it. So I hit select, and yep, merging them. That way we don't have two Henry Champions in the same tree. And now we see that we have. Look at this. We got a Mary here. Okay, so possibly it's the same Mary. So one of her kids is the one that's linking up the families. Okay, so we go to Sarah, and I'm gonna do the same thing. Go to merge. They already found her for me. Yep. Oh, that is the same merge. Now again, these two Marys, as you guys can see, are the same. They have the same birthday, so we're gonna merge them. So again, her kids is the ones that are somehow having offspring that are linking up. So again, didn't come up. See, so you gotta put champion. Now it narrows it down. I actually got Look, I got another duplicate, and I wouldn't have known that. Now, let me see if I got them linked. Okay, it seems I linked them up now. Let me see. Let me just make sure I did. Yep. So now the both Marys are linked. Okay, and now you guys can see that Mary's son Daniel is one of them, and the other one is Aaron Huntley Jr., which end up having offsprings that end up linked together. Okay, so that's how you merge on Ancestry. If you know you got a duplicate, but you got to make sure it's a real duplicate, or it'll mess up your tree, guys. Like big time, big time. And anybody who knows genealogy and knows been working with, they know what I'm talking about. So because we have those people already, we already got that line of the Huntleys. We already went up. Actually, we didn't up the Mac, but we know the Huntleys. We did go up the Huntleys already. And on the Mac side, so far Mac, Ebenezer Mac from Old London. And then we got his now. Oh, look at that, Mac. So again, another. People are linking up. It's the same families. As you guys can see, we already got all these people. So they got other kids that are hooking up on other lands we just came from. So they're like third, fourth cousins. And then we got Phoebe Miller, her dad, Nicodemus Miller from New London. And it goes another Huntley, Phoebe Huntley. And again, also, these people might also have different marriages. So we might be running into the same person, but now she has a whole different family with another husband. And now their kids eventually mix, but 3 or 4 generations down. And this happens a lot, guys. Yeah. So Miller, huh? Mueller. Hey, most likely it's gonna go back to Mueller. Let me just. Most likely there's the parents here. Robert Miller and Joanne Alger. Mueller and Alger, huh? Mueller Alger, huh? But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. They could be coming from England, but they might have some German ancestry in them, and they got anglicized while they were in Germany. Their family. So I usually take away like things that are not part of my tree. Okay, so that matches. Okay, how long we been here? How long we been here? Let me see. 2 hours. Okay, probably gonna be here for another hour, guys. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. I know a lot of people probably not gonna sit through this video. They're gonna find it boring, but I'm making a point here. And for those who care, well, you're here, and I'm appreciate that you are. So Hunley, Connecticut. I think I recognize Deborah D. Wolf. I think I have Deborah too in another family. So another line here. So what I'm noticing is that they're marrying with known families in the areas, and they're the offsprings are marrying with each other. But on this side, guys, there's no more Indians. Is what I wanted to show. There's no Indians on the whole. After Abraham going up, no Indians. Mary, she's Indian, but she's also a lot of the other things we just saw, right? We went up this line, Solini. We ended up right at the French. So that was the Fredenberg line going up the Harper line, right? Remember, they're saying they're so Indian. They're saying so. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? We got Vernon May Harper. So remember, that was the parents of the husband of her. We're going back all the way now to the maternal side. Frank Harper coming out of Michigan. Levi Harper coming out of New York. Now look at this, Van Rensselaer Harper, New York. Now you already know. William Harper, Senior, Massachusetts. And we got there, and we got more hints. And as you guys can see, still no Indians, and we got no parents. But I bet you if I stay on this, I'm gonna find the parents. I just didn't. I wanted to continue the tree. Just want to show you if you're a Harper, Massachusetts, you might be related to these people. He ended up in Michigan. His wife's Sarah Salisbury, passed away in New York. Again, we don't always have complete trees going all the way back. Rachel Cooley, her dad Elihu Cooley, Cooley, huh? Clark Cooley, Hamden, Massachusetts, 1739. Going up, got Daniel Cooley, Hartford, Connecticut. You got another Daniel, also well, he's in Hamden, Massachusetts. You got the Daniel the First in Hamden still, Cooley. And then we got Benjamin Cooley coming out of England, bringing the Cooley name. His wife Sarah Cooley Colton, Tremaine, also in England. Close that up. Wolcott, his wife, Simon Wolcott, her dad, coming from England. Martha Pitwink Wolcott Clark, coming also from England. All right. And then Jemima Clark here. Again, remember Jemima. That's a Hebrew name. Aunt Jemima. John William Clark, Hartford, Connecticut. Daniel Clark, coming out of England. His dad, Mary Newberry, coming out of England. His wife, Mary Crow. No, not because she's an Indian, because Crow is coming out of England. Burr, on this side, says Connecticut, but her dad, Benjamin, coming out of England. It says Bury, St. Suffolk, or Hartford. Which one is it? Based on the year, 1602, if you know history, it's England. They weren't there yet. They weren't in Hartford yet. All right, then we got Anna Wendell coming out of England on the Burr side. Go back down. Jemima. All right, go down to Cooley the Third, I believe. And Francis McIntyre, his wife. Her dad, William McIntyre, coming out of Ireland. McIntyre, right? Figures, right? 1673. Her mom, Margaret MacDonald, also coming out of Ireland. They might be Scottish, though, that were living in Ireland, right? And are these people royal blood prominent? No, these might be indentured servants, convicts, and all that. Check out the videos I've done, guys. This is what I'm saying. Right? So that was the Cooley, Bancroft. Samuel Bancroft, County, Massachusetts, Hamden. Then we got Nathaniel Bancroft, his dad, Hartford, Connecticut. And then Thomas Bancroft, England. His mom, Gardner, still in Middlesex County, Massachusetts, 1650. For her dad, oh, actually it says supposedly, right? Again, I give them the benefit of the doubt. But either way, his parents coming from Scotland, Gardner, and his mom, Friar, England. Right. And then his wife, Lydia Oldham. There, he's from England. And then her mom, this is definitely not, I mean, she would have to be like a literal pilgrim. And she may be the weather of 621, about 1621 Plymouth. That's when they literally get in there, right? So still got more to dig on her. She might be born in Europe though, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. All right. Then we know not Indian for sure. And then going back down to Nathaniel, his wife Ruth Hale or Haley in Concord, Middlesex, Massachusetts, 1647. Her parents Thomas Health and from England, Dorothy Royal coming from England. His wife Anne Vinton in Massachusetts, 1656. Her dad John Vinton from England. Her mom Anne Eleanor Moore from England. Okay. Go back down. And now we go to Samuel Bancroft again and his wife, Sarah White. Her dad, John White, in Hampshire, Massachusetts. Now you see they're in the same areas. That's what I'm saying. They start mixing with each other and you start seeing lines cross and all that. His dad, John White, as well, Hartford, Connecticut, born 1663. His dad, John White, as well, England. Right, 3 Johns. Mom, Sarah Bunce, Buns, huh? Her dad, Thomas Buns, England. Sarah Bull, England. All right. Now we go up Hannah, Wales. Her dad, Thomas Wales from England. And Mary Bursley from England. We go up the Ball side right here. Wife of John White, Jonathan Ball from Hampton. So a lot of these people in Hampton on this side. His dad, Francis Ball from England. And Ball. Hey, maybe really related to George Washington, right? His mom, Ball, I believe she was a Ball as well. And going down to Sarah Mary Glover in Connecticut. Her dad, Sir Henry de Goverard Glover from England. And Ellen Wakeman from England. Okay. And we close that. And we close the bankrupt side. And we go down to Cooley, his wife, Rachel Wilcox. Eleazar Wilcox, her dad from Hartford, Connecticut, and her mom, Jemima Munson. Her dad's side, Joshua Wilcox, Framingham, Hartford, Connecticut, or Farmington, sorry, Farmington, Connecticut. Samuel Wilcox, his dad, Middleton, Connecticut. And then Israel Wilcox, ninth grade uncles to somebody. They're saying still in Connecticut. And as you guys can see, there's documents for this and all that. And then his dad, John Wilcox from England. A lot of English blood, right? So, but they could be coming from other countries before that. So, Catherine Kethorn, also from England. Close that. His wife, Sarah Savage. Captain John Savage, coming from England. And Mary Elizabeth Sarah Dabney or Dubbin, England. Dub, which means black. Dub means black. All right, look it up. Go back down to Samuel Wilcox. We got Hannah Sage. She's in Middleton, Connecticut. Her dad, John Sage, also in Middleton, Connecticut. All right, David Sage from Wales. And then his mom, Elizabeth Kirby, also in Connecticut. And then John Kirby, coming from England. Elizabeth Hines, coming from England. All right, guys, I did this one by one, all these lines. It took me time. I wanted to show you guys so there's no room for doubt who these people really are, what their ethnicity is, how much Indian blood they really got. Okay, so we got Comfort Star here for the wife, coming out of Plymouth, 1644. Oh, that's the dad. Sorry, I got confused from Hannah Star. That's the dad, Comfort Star. And then Dr. Thomas Starr, coming from England, and his wife, Rachel Willoughby, coming from Gloucestershire, England. Hey, Frank Rich, Hawa, Buddha Vida, brother, thank you, man, appreciate it. Mara Martha Weld in Suffolk, Massachusetts, born 1645, the daughter of Joseph Weld, coming from England, and Barbara Clapp, coming from England. All right, you go back down all the way. Joshua Wilcox, we go to his wife, Elizabeth Curtis line. And this is the thing, I was like, man, still in the States. They made me go all this way back in all these lines. They couldn't just come from Europe, make it easier for me. I had to verify though, I had to be sure. Ephraim Curtis, Connecticut. Judge Joseph Curtis, also born in Connecticut, 1650. And then we got John Curtis Jr. coming from Nossing, Essex, England, bringing the Curtis name, and his wife Elizabeth Wells, another Wells. So we saw Wells earlier that we got stuck in. So this might be related to her. You know, they ended up in the same place. And on this side, wife of Joseph Curtis, Bethia Booth. Her dad, Richard Booth, coming out of England. His wife, Hannah Elizabeth Hawley, coming out of England. All right, Booth. And then we go to Ephraim Curtis's wife, Elizabeth Stiles. We got Ephraim Stiles for her dad, born in Connecticut, 1645. We got his dad, Francis Stiles, born in England. His wife, Sarah Stiles Clark, born in England. Then we go to Ephraim Stiles' wife, Bathsheba, Tomlinson. This is what I'm saying about the Hebrew names, guys. There was mostly Sephardic Jews here, not Ashkenazi Jews. Just want to make that a real big point. Henry Tomlinson coming out of England is where the Tomlinson on this line is coming from, and the Johnson on this side coming from England as well. That was her mom. We closed Elizabeth Stiles. We closed Elizabeth Curtis. We closed Eleazar Wilcox. We're gonna go up Jemima Munson. We got Ephraim Munson coming out of New Haven, Connecticut. Joseph Munson, also in Connecticut, born 1677. Then we got Ensign Bradley Samuel Munson, also still in Connecticut, supposedly 1642. That's very early, but we got his dad coming out of England. Rattlesden, Suffolk, England. Sarah Mew, or Sarah Johanna, Hebrew, Mew, coming out of England. Then Ensign's wife, Martha Bradley, William Bradley, England, Alice Pritchard, England. Close that up. Joseph Munson's wife, Marjorie Hitchcock, in Connecticut, born 1681. Her dad, also born in Connecticut, 1641, supposedly. Then Matthias Hitchcock, England. Born 1610. His wife, Elizabeth Hitchcock, also coming from England. Abigail Merriman, the wife of John Hitchcock here. Her dad, Nathaniel Merriman, Viking, huh? Most likely Merriman. I think that is a famous, supposed Norse or Viking name, Merriman. And then Abigail Joan Ogney, coming also from Devon, England. All right, so we got Merriman on this Hitchcock. Go down to Ephraim Munson, his wife, also Comfort Curtis. We had another Curtis line, right? Just now. And they were in Connecticut as well. They might be related. Nathaniel Curtis was her dad. He was in Connecticut, 1677. His dad, Thomas Curtis Wallingford, and Mary Merriman. Yep, it's the same people. Look, Nathaniel, we just did them. So some of their offspring got together, right? Now his wife, Nathaniel Curtis, Sarah Howie. Her dad, Zechariah Howie, Essex, Massachusetts, 1640. His dad, Jeremiah, Hebrew names, right? Howie, innkeeper, Puritan, immigrant. He was a Puritan. This is what I'm saying. A lot of these Puritans were crypto Jews. I got the video. I proved it. I proved who they were. They were crypto Jews, a lot of them. A lot of them Sephardic, Muslim, Moorish people. Jeremiah, this is a Hebrew name. Most likely this is a Sephardic Jew who came in as a new Christian or Puritan, crypto. Elizabeth Gaylord Culver coming out of England as well. Go down to Zachariah, his wife, Sarah Gilbert. Connecticut, Matthew Gilbert from England. And Jane Baker coming out of England, her mom. We're going to close that up. Close this up. Sarah Howie. We're going to close this up. Go back down to Jemima Munson. Go back down to Rachel Wilcox. We go back down to the Coolies. And we close the Harper side. And we go up the Shreves line. And we got Joshua Shreves, born in New York. Well, she was born in Michigan, right? So, and then that came out of New York. The Shreves ended up in Michigan, right? 1860. And his wife, Parmelia Harris. Okay, so with Shreves, I ended up there in Utica. We got no other hints. If I can probably find more. All right. Now you gotta prove to me there's Indian there because I don't see it. I haven't found it. I doubt there is. All right, prove it to me. Parmelia Harris, New York. Her dad, Colonial Harris, Connecticut, right? 1762. Going up the Harris line, we got Sergeant Major Asa Harris, born in Middlesex, Connecticut, 1737. We got Benjamin Harris, his dad, New London, Connecticut, 1709. We got Aesop Harris, Suffolk, Massachusetts, 1680. We got James Harris, 1640, huh? Very early in Massachusetts. And his dad, John Hills Harris, from England, Gloucestershire. His mom, Bridget Angier, England. Close that up. Sarah Elliott Dennison. On the Dennison side, they're coming from England. George Dennison. Ended up in Roxbury. That's the hood today. Aaron and Bordeaux, coming from England, ended up in Connecticut. All right, we close her line, the Dennisons, close the Harrises. We go to Rogers, Samuel Rogers, New London, Connecticut. James Rogers, here's that, England. Elizabeth Rowland, royal blood, they're saying, right? The Rowland, she's royal blood. She's coming out of England. Now, I bet you if I keep going with her, we're going to end up with, probably will find that supposed royal blood. All right. Mary Ann Stanton is Samuel Rogers' wife. Her dad, Thomas Stanton, from England, ended up in Connecticut. And Anna Lord from England. Okay. Close up Rogers. And we close up this Harris line. We go up Ellie, Anna Ellie. Her dad, Major Daniel Ellie from New London, Connecticut. His dad, William Ellie, Plymouth, Demon, England. Then his mom, Elizabeth Smith, still in America, 1661 was born. And then we got her dad coming out of England. It says 1682 arrival. That makes no sense. But she might have come. This is what I'm saying, guys. You see what I mean? They're saying she was born in Middlesex. But somebody's saying her dad arrived in 1682, so make it make sense. She might have come with him. This is what I'm saying. And people don't know, and they just put, you know, where they assume she was from. But she might have some records there. We got 20 hints. All right. But the families that I followed, most of these families during this time are accurate. It's very historical. They have the records. All these hints actually are records to show it. All right. So that was the Smith. We close that. Eli, sorry. And we go to Marianne Chaplin from Rhode Island, 1692. Her dad, Christopher Champlin, in Rhode Island, 1656, born. And his dad, Jeffrey Chaplin from England. And his mom, Eulalia, or Eulalia Gardy, in England. Eulalia is also, I believe, Hebrewish. Okay. One of my great grandmothers had that name, and I saw a lot of people in the southeast and the tribe and all the black folks had that, their ancestor had that name, which I thought was really interesting that my great grandmother had that name too. And Elizabeth Whitehead, so William Davil, England, that's Davil we got here, right? Sorry, I didn't mention it. Elizabeth Whitehead, that's the mom, in Rhode Island, 1646. And Isaac Whitehead, her dad, England. It says Marianne Brown. We don't have a date, most likely England. All right, and we close this. Chaplin. Yeah, her name was Eulalia. I didn't know until I did my genealogy because we always called her Abuelita Lala. We always called her Abuelita Lala or Grandma Lala. That's what we called her. But you gotta say that was my great grandmother, so I was really young. Like I was like 5, 6, 7 when I kind of like, you know, what I remember, you know, of her. Didn't meet her much. Yeah, they weren't pulling up randomly. Ending up in Plymouth was a mistake. They left late. They left late. I'm gonna talk about this probably in one of my videos. I have talked about. They left late and ended up because of the storm. They went north and ended up. And that's why they ended up in the middle of winter. They didn't plan to do that. They weren't planning to go to Massachusetts. They were going to Virginia, and the Puritans ended up in Massachusetts. That specific Puritan. So, all right, we did the Eli and we did the Champlain. Sorry, I'm gonna close this. Back down to the Harris, and look what we got here. We got a Faith E. McCall, 1737, born in New London, Connecticut. Her dad, Benaja McCall, Benaja, Ja. That sounds Hebrew to me. Plymouth County, Massachusetts. James McCall, Plymouth, also 1690. Got James Farr. We've proven Farr is a Muslim Arab name, last name, Moorish. I've proven that. Like I got videos on this. James Farr McCall, McCall, right? He's in 1659 Braintree, Norfolk, Mass. And then his dad, James McCall Scotland. His wife, or his mom, sorry, Mary Farnsworth Farr. Farr, look it up. Look it up. Morris name. Tell you Farr. Pharaoh Farr. And then on this side we have Anna Cooper Winter, the wife of James McCall. And her dad was Christopher Winter from England, James Cooper from England. All right, Rachel Turner, Plymouth. Go up the Turner line here. Got Daniel Turner, Skitcherd, Plymouth, Mass, born 1641. His dad, Humphrey Turner, coming from England. Lydia Gamer from England, his mom. Okay. His wife, Hannah Randall. Her dad, William Randall, from England. Her mom, Elizabeth Barstow, from England. And we're going down. And we go up the Otis line here. Hannah Otis. Got Nathaniel Otis from Massachusetts. Plymouth, 1690. Then we got his dad, Judge Joseph E. Otis, still in Plymouth, 1665. And then we got his dad, John Otis. He was a judge from Somerset, England. His mom, Margaret Jacob, from England, Jacob. And then Dorothy Thomas in Marshfield, 1670, was born in Massachusetts. Her dad, Nathaniel William Thomas from Plymouth, 1643. And then his dad, Nathaniel Thomas from England. His mom, Mary Appleton, Suffolk, England. His wife, Deborah Jacob, as well. Nicholas Jacob from England. And Mary Gilman Levitt, Folsom Levitt from Breckland Borough, England. See a lot of English people in these Fredenbergs. Going up the Thatcher line, Hannah Thatcher, Yarmouth, Massachusetts, 1690. Her dad, 1639, born in Marblehead, Massachusetts, supposedly. Anthony Thatcher, Somerset, England, Queen Camel. His mom, Elizabeth Jones, coming from England as well. His wife, Lydia Gorman. Got John Gorman, England. Desiree Howard, Plymouth, Massachusetts, 1625. I question that. Maybe she's one of the Mayflowers. Her dad, Howland, ended up in Plymouth, supposedly, right? So he might have been on the Mayflower, England. Then Elizabeth Tilley, Bristol, England, too, as well. All right, so we close these, go back down, but then the Thatchers, we go to the Otis, close that, ended up in McCall, right? We close this, the Harris. Now we got Pitts on this side. Joseph Pitts here, born 1725 in New London, Connecticut. All right, and then we got his dad, Thomas Pitts, from England. His mom, Anne Shillingford, from England. His wife, Anne Townsend, Connecticut, born 1727. Jonathan Townsend, her dad, born in 1698 in Massachusetts. Martin Townsend, his dad, born in England. And then his mom, Abigail Dix Train, born in Middlesex, Massachusetts. Go up her line, John Train, England. And Margaret Dix, England. So actually, my fault. This one says Scotland, Glasgow. Sorry, I said England. Scotland, Train, coming from Scotland. All right. All right, we go back down. Up the Sugars line right here. Mary Sugars, born 1691 in Massachusetts. Her dad, Gregory Sugars, coming in from England. Her mom, Jane Sugars, coming from England as well. All right, we close that. Go back down to Townsend. Go back down to the Pitts. And that was all through the Harris. And that was all through the Shreves. You saw how many lines and different families are involved in one person, guys? This is what I'm trying to say. I hope you guys are seeing that you got a lot of ancestors. All right. Now we get to the Chicks family, right? And the Chicks do have Indians. A lot of, yeah, they had Indians, right? So going up Jonah Chicks, because you're going to see that, I believe the Chicks come from an Indian. His dad, Joseph Chick, coming out of New York, 1814. We got Jacob Chicks, or Jacob Chicks Chitsunkung, Oneida, New York, 1785. And then he died in Stockbridge Indian Reservation. All right, his dad, Jacob Now Pao Tong Chesaukun, born in Madison, New York, 1758. And then his dad, Jacob, as well, Chickson This is what they're saying. You know, I don't know if the Indians are passing down the name like this, but they probably are. And they made it a last name. Berkshires, Berkshires, which is a very fancy, nice, beautiful place today. You know, so that's what we got for him. I did find his name. I Googled all these people, guys. I just wanted to make sure this was all history. Um, okay, so let me just read this. Words of our ancestors. Mohegan. Mohegan history. Right? He's born in New York, right? He's a Mohegan Indian. Um, hold up. Look at this drawing. Copper color. And then Jacob Chisholm is right here. You see him? You guys see him? Jacob Chisholm. There was actually a lot of websites mentioning him. Prominent Mohegan chiefs. All of these are right here. Okay. Just wanted you guys to see that. Close this. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. All right. Okay. So yeah, we got Mohegan Indians right here, and then we got Mary Chicks, his wife, Waunquan Wasquam. So she's probably an Indian as well, and that's why we hit dead ends. You know, a lot of the time when it comes to the Indians. And we got Mary Conkaput, right? Conkaput Miller. Now, so even this Indian who's probably an Indian census roll, yeah, all these people. This is what I'm forgetting to show you. All these people are, you know, claiming Indian, you know, and they are like they have Indian. Let me just see what it says here real quick. Chairman and other commissioners of Indian Affairs, blah blah blah. Thomas Lynn, Jacob Chicks, and the matter of allotment on the same sheet of letters. So about land here, right? They're getting land. But what I want to show is that, all right, even though I wasn't able to find it, somebody knew, uh, and her dad is a Miller, most likely going up to Europeans, but her mom seems to be an Indian, Kunkapat. I saw that as a last name a lot, Mary Kunkapat Miller, all right, but Miller, there's European in there as well, even in these Indians, right, and the Chicks, and the Chicks who became Chicks, that last name most likely coming from Indians, all right, if you're Chicks. Now, Hannah Kelvin, I just realized I got stuck here. I probably didn't have no hints before and I didn't go into it too much, but pretty interesting what you're saying about her dad here. Bartholomew Shashamushukuk Calvin, or Calvin. Now, who was also a famous Calvin, guys? Who's a famous Calvin that you know? John Calvin, right? Reformatist Protestant famous John Calvin, or Jean Calvin, Sephardic crypto Jew. Yeah, John Calvin was a Sephardic crypto Jew. And the Huguenots literally, he influenced the Huguenots. That was who they literally took off after, a Sephardic Jew. Huguenots were more than Sephardic Jews, so it makes sense. All right. Hannah Calvin Chicks, Indian Cemetery. All right, we're talking about Indians here. They're in Indian Cemetery. Let me see. I'm gonna add this gravesite, and then we got her dad, Bartholomew. See, now we got Scott Calvin, not the Indian, right? This is what I'm saying. I found a lot of these people that they had Indian names, and I found that a lot of them were straight Europeans. They were just married to an Indian, or they were half Indian. They were just trying to make them full Indians. So Jonathan Newton Chicks, I mean, that's the mom. Onawanda. And Bartholomew has a lot of hints, so we're gonna get the drop on him. Now these are drawings. This is what I'm saying, guys. This is exactly what I mean. This is a drawing. Okay, well that doesn't. I mean, yeah, I guess that could be a drawing of him. I guess. Tell us his dad is Stephen Kelvin coming out of Jersey, right? So where's the Indians? This is what I'm saying. Mary's store, maybe more up in the line. Delaware Indians, huh? Wow. So, as describes an Indian schoolmaster in West Jersey, Stephen Kelvin participated as interpreter at two conferences preliminary to the settlement, and he was one of the signatories to articles that assigned to Delaware a tract of 3,000 acres in Burlington County in lieu of all their other claims except for certain hunting and fishing rights. All right, so now we know. Bartholomew Kelvin grew up there, probably taught by his father, who continued as schoolmaster, as well as by David Brainer's brother John Brenner, missionaries with the Society in Scotland for propagating Christian knowledge. All right, trying to Christianize the Indians. So he's an interpreter, meaning most likely he might be both. All right, we'll see what we can find. But this is what I'm saying, what I'd be finding, guys. That's funny because this is supposed to be a drawing of John Kelvin. So what are they saying here? John Kelvin. We might have some descendants of John Kelvin here, guys, that are claiming Indian blood or mixed in with Indians eventually. Yeah, why is he here? This is what I'm saying. Ha! This is what I'm saying. We might have some descendants of John Calvin here who mixed in with Indians. Let me just get his wife, just so we can get this accurately on point. Let me see if they're giving us. Okay. So Bartholomew Scott or Shawus Kunking Wiltegrass Calvin, huh? That was his Indian title. We created Indians. What you mean? We created Brian? What you talking about, man? What you mean we created Indians? What is we, man? We don't. I don't. That doesn't get used here. That's a generalized word. We who, man? You got your we, and everybody else got their we, man. I don't know what you're basing the we on, and I hope it's not complexion, man. So Mary Catherine Ellen Lanou. What's Lanou mean? Is that a last name or is that an abbreviation? Lenny? Lenny Lenape, huh? So these people claiming Lenny Lenape. Okay. I'm still waiting for the Indian to pop up though. Okay. Hold on. I see. Yeah, this list does go on and on, right? That's what I'm saying. Genealogy is very complex. That's what I'm saying. When people say they're one thing or they generalize, I just like laugh. I really like you. You really don't know yourself. You really don't know yourself. Yeah, so I got stopped right there in the Stephen Kelvin. I'm very interested in that Kelvin. Let me find out that John Calvin's descendants became Lenape. Lenape more Indians. Let me find out. All right. That might be another video, guys. That might be a whole nother video. All right. So Mary Scott or Mary Store says her dad is Nathaniel Wequahana, Indian king of East New Jersey. Story, right? Or Store. He still has a European last name. This is what I'm saying. And that's what I was saying earlier, guys. I ended up finding out that a lot of these Indians, a lot of them, just like in the Southeast, end up being half, and then their parents end up being half, and then their parents end up being half. So a lot of these Native Americans are just as Indians as any of us right here. Who's really counting the percentage of blood? Who's really, really, really doing that for real, like on a real basis? Like, how come you got to claim more Indian than black folks? That's what I'm trying to say. Because I'm seeing a lot of European in all of these Indians. But they end up in the Indian today. They're in the Indian nations, and that's all they're claiming. That's all they're claiming today. and they are denying black folks joining the tribes because they're saying, no, well, you're black. You couldn't be an Indian. I'm just speaking real right now. Sarah's story, okay. Sarah, maybe she's the Indian. Okay, story, born in Jersey. Let's see. John Stephen Kelvin. They even name him John Kelvin, huh? Could it be after your ancestor? Yeah. Let me just add this. So as you guys can see, this is from like there's books that start reading about these people. Find out that these people are really just half, and they're denying other people who have the same genealogy as them, just as much Indian blood as they do, but they can't join the tribe because they so-called black, or they're called black Lenapes or black whatever, right? Or black Delawares. But the light-skinned ones ain't called white Lenapes or white Delawares. They're just called Delawares. Again, we were doing all this on the Shreves line, on the Fredericksen line. His mom Harper, we went out. The Harper didn't have nothing. That was all European. The chicks, we are finding Indians here, right? Possible Lenape, Delawares, but I'm still looking for it. Let me see if I can hit search here. Stephen Kelvin. Very interested in this. We might not do this today, but I'm gonna definitely look into this because this is very Luther Kelvin, huh? Elizabeth Warford. Okay. Doing this live. Live. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Real recognize real. You guys saw how I added Luther in them. I didn't have that. I had to hit search and not trying to release it. Is it for a reason? Is it a reason they ain't trying to release it? John Luther Kelvin Colvin, huh? Ah. Hmm. So even his name is John Luther Colvin. John Luther Colvin. John Calvin. Huh. All right. Hold on, guys. I have a feeling about this. I have a feeling about this line. Oh man. Oh man. Even Colwing is about to turn into Jewish Colwing. Bristol, Mass, 1683, huh? Lippincott. Okay, all right. I mean, all right. So far on this Kelvin side, Indians. Hold up. I'm trying to add all the wives. Hold on. Not a new person. Yep, we'll add that. Okay. Yeah. Appreciate your pages in this live presentation. I'm just not adding the extra wives and the other siblings and other kids, especially because there's a lot of duplicates and stuff. So remember how we got here. We haven't even got to her line, but her line is not as extensive, but it's very revealing too. I just wanted to show you because when I was doing her line and I was reading about her, because I Googled her, right? I Googled her, Alice Cecilia Oshkosh, right? It was saying how much she was Indian and how she married prominent Indian life. Sorry. There we go. This is what I'm saying. So I think I read something like this, like marriage announcement. All right. Miss Alice Oshkosh, princess of the Menominee tribe and granddaughter of the famous Chief Oshkosh, will be married Monday to Harper Fredenberg, son of Mr. Ralph and Fredenberg Kachina. The ceremony will be performed by Reverend Airline Scene. Miss Oshkosh, the daughter of Mrs. Ernest Oshkosh of Mr. They messed up. That's another famous chief, grandson of Chief Oshkosh, who we're gonna see today. So let me see. So Mr. Francis son. So the Menominee Herald contains found notice of the marriage of Robert Jennings, John Peter Jennings, the city of Miss Emma, daughter of Congressman. Okay, so this is other listings. So it's not there. Let me see. Look at this. Alice Oshkosh has no right to head tribe. Why are they saying that? Uh-oh. So says Reginald Oshkosh, an uncle. He is a tribal chief. Oh. Was it through interest, these Fredenbergs and all these people she married, were they involved in making her the chief so they can get the privilege too? Uh-oh. But anyways, guys, I don't need to prove it to you guys. I know I saw it. I read it. I kept seeing it. It was a newspaper article actually announcing the wedding as in her wedding. Maybe it's on her profile. And it was saying how she married these prominent Indian families. Uh, so a 14-year-old, it says here, rules the Menominee Indians today, the first of her sex to head the tribe. Princess Kenoki, daughter of Chief Ernest, who died several years. Okay, so, oh, here we go. Two prominent Indian families are united. Kishewa, Princess Alice Oshkosh, daughter of the late Chief Ernest Oshkosh, Menominee Indian, the tribe leader, was married today to Harper Fredenberg, son of Ralph Fredenberg, Kachina, Indian Reservation Superintendent. The wedding, which joins two of the oldest Menominee Indian families in Wisconsin, took place. So just by reading this article, I would assume that literally these are like what we picture Native Americans, like straight Indians. And I just showed you that the Harper and all that. I showed you the Fredenberg. I'm almost done. I showed you, right? I'm trying to make a point here. Hey, Adam Matthews, why don't you go be a hurt little troll somewhere else? This is the info from their tribe, silly. I'm gonna call you dummy. Adam Matthews, I'm showing you genealogy. This is where I'm getting the info from their information. What are you talking about? Get out your feelings, Adam Matthew. I'm reading historical books. I shared some earlier. Scroll up, click on them. All these people's names are in here. What are you talking about? And if you want to talk about Chief Oshkosh, right? You don't first admit that he was a dark complexion, Negro looking person if you really want to talk about it. Don't come over here to troll. It's been a peaceful presentation so far. Somebody get Adam out of here and erase him, hide him from my channel. You're not welcomed in my channel. You're not welcome in my channel. Go hear it from themselves. Yeah, they're going to tell you their genealogy. Go ask them yourself. Since you want to go ask, go ahead, Adam. Go ask them if this is correct, if this is their descendants. I've been doing this for 3 or 4 years. I know I'm correct. And no biases here, no generalizations. We're showing their true genealogy. All the Europeans in their blood. All the Europeans and all these so-called Native Americans. Yeah. I don't care if it hurts you to hear that. Genealogy don't lie. Men like you do. Hurt trolls, little childish trolls like you do. That goes for everybody that wanted to be like Adam. that actually subscribe for 10 minutes just to talk crap. You have to be subscribed for 10 minutes just to leave a comment. So anybody that thinks like Adam, you're not welcome here. Unsubscribe. Get out of my channel. You're too into your personal emotional beliefs and biases and borderline racist stereotypic behavior. Get out of here. You ain't welcome here. Moving on. Jeez. John Colvin, Bristol from England, huh? And they got a fake picture. Why do I say they got a fake whitewash picture? I'm gonna tell you right now. Why? How do I know this is a fake whitewash picture? Who wants to bet money this ain't John Colvin from 16? Hold on. From 1659, born in Bristol, Devon, England. When was the photo camera invented? When was the photo camera invented? All right. Before any actual pictures, they had these things the same, but cameras came out in the 1800s. The first permanent photograph or camera image was made in 1826, but that's not when they got mass produced. They didn't get mass produced till after 1839. Look what it says. By 1837, he was able to fix the image with a common solve solution. They were still trying to invent it. It says some account of the art photograph drawing of 1839, which was the first published description of photography. And then once you got it patented and it comes out, then you got to mass produce it and bring it, market it to the people. And people got to be able to afford it. And you got to be able to build and ship it. That takes time. People didn't have cameras till the 1840s and 50s. And only a certain amount of people had it. So don't tell me that this person is right here because camera wasn't even invented yet. That's not a drawing. That's a photo. Stop lying, whoever uploaded this. Stop trying to whitewash history all the time. Stop trying to whitewash history and reclassify people. Adam, Matthews. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Shame on you. The jig is up. The jig is up. Oh, you ain't fooling us no more. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. I ain't falling for it again. We ain't falling for it again. It's too late. We're too deep in the truth. 7 years, over 900 presentations, Adam. You don't know squattily squat. And I ain't asking them when I got their genealogy right here, verified with records. You verify with them. They're going to say, yep, that's right. Yep, that's my ancestor. Now, whether they'll like it that I'm doing this, most likely they won't. What can they do about it? And that's what I'm saying earlier. I'm putting y'all on notice. Yeah, I'm coming for y'all. I'm putting y'all on notice. I'm going to show the people how much Indian y'all are. And I'm going to continue to show how much Indian black folks are. And how much black Europeans they are too. For the black folks that don't like that. Because history is not biased or personal, guys. You make it personal. I make it personal because this is my passion, because I really want you to know. But history is not personal itself. History is just history. Truth is just truth, whether you want to believe it or not, whether you like it or not. So on this side, the Allens, they went up to England. Kirby went up to Massachusetts, and his dad, as you guys can see, England. Balance, the mom. Look at all how much Indian these Fredenbergs are. Warwick Shark, England. Adams can't handle this. I'm gonna go ask them. You're gonna be after you ask them and they verify. Then what you're gonna do, Adam? Are you still gonna practice cognitive dissonance and troll people's YouTube channel like a little child? Grow up, Adam. And when I'm messing with Adam, guys, I'm just picking him to set examples of the whole. I'm talking to millions of people right now that represent Adam. That Adam represents the same trolling behavior and childish and nonsense they come here with. When I'm showing you the genealogy, like you can't. This it. This is too late. It's too late. Go ahead and verify everything I'm showing. Anybody, go ahead and debunk me. Do a video. Debunk. Hey, look, you Kurimeo had this part wrong. I've been waiting 7 years for that. People try. All they do is start talking about what I look like, and that's it. That's all they start talking about. They can't debunk the info, so they start talking about me. But sticks and stones may break my bones, but words, they just go right out the other ear. Don't face me. John William Warford in Maryland. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of Indians here, man. Rachel Lady Pickney, Fairfield, Connecticut. All right. And it keeps going. I ain't even got a. I'm gonna almost bet these end up with Europeans. Elizabeth Stout, yeah, as well. I'll see when the hints start coming up tomorrow. You'll see. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Watch this, guys. Watch this. So I'm gonna invite you guys as a guest so you can see this. Copy link. Okay. As a guest. I'm gonna post it on the chat. Here you go. Here you go. You won't be able to change anything, but you'll be able to see it. Here you go. I just posted the tree. If you have an ancestry account, you can access it. You'll be able to access it. Go ahead, debunk me. All right. So now, going back to the stores, because all those are European on that side. And Kelvin, I'm going to follow up on. John, too many John Kelvins. Kelvin, it ended up in England. And who knows, this might go back to John Kelvin, guys. I have a strong feeling related to them. We'll see. Okay. We'll see. Oh, yeah. Going back down to Nathaniel's story with Cajuana, Indian king of East, right? That's what they're telling us. So the Indian on that we didn't see on the other side, so maybe it's on this side. Okay, so somebody put Irisic. No other info. Born about 1650. And then his spouse Sarah, unknown. Story. Somebody put unknown. Lenny Lenape, they're saying her, right? Mary, there's again calling her Lenny Lenape, her dad. So maybe through her dad, we're getting, or maybe her mom. That's why we don't even have the mom yet. And the dad is just claiming chief through the marriage. Wekwahala. So he's probably in here. So that's his Indian name. This probably keeps going. We read this earlier. Yeah, so there's a whole thing. Irosoki. Here goes another. Let's see. Like I said, if I take my time with this, I'll find it. A second alleged example of a man who was ascribed two fathers is the tragic figure Wekwehela, a New Jersey Indian executed in 1727, whose father is ordinarily taken to be Irosiki. Grummet concludes that a document referring Huicajahulan as the son of Matapec indicates that Wekwehela could also have applied the term for father to a man well known under slight variants of the name Metapis. This claim does not merit explicit refutation. There are other critical points on which to document kingship connections of Tecapusha, which are key component of Grumet's presentation, are not demonstrated by the evidence offered. The argument for the pervasive existence of cross-cousin marriage appears cross-cousin marriage, like I was saying earlier, I found a lot of that, appears to rest less on documentation than on supposition, and the charts of Takapusha's genealogy lack a single well-supported example to make the credible groom met would have shown explicitly what the evidence is that, for example, Takapusha's unnamed wife was the daughter of Mohines, and that of Mohines was his father's double brother-in-law. A great deal is made of the claim that Takapusha's youngest brother, Chepe Konas, who succeeded him as the Massapequa Saki, married his sister of Suskaneman, the Matinekok Sakim. The evidence for this given elsewhere is a reference to a man named Kuaraping as Suskeham. All right, so it's like a story about questioning who his dad is, but it seems still Indian. Okay. Let's see what it says here. An Indian king, Wekwala. But then he's also named Nathaniel Story. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Don't just because I ran into that when I was doing the trees, and then remember with those the Indian names with the European last names, and then I started doing the research and started coming out. I started finding that they're half, and then their parents are half, and then their parents are half. All right, and that's okay. I'm not trying to like make anybody less in. I'm just showing you genealogy is complex, and nobody's 100%. So why you pointing fingers? 10 of them are gonna be pointing right back at you. You don't even know. You don't even know. So all this is my hands. All right, let's see if I Google it. Nathaniel Wikahala story. Meet Nathaniel. In the Bible, the true what? What? Bartholomew. That's not what we're talking about. Come on, man. All right, hold up. Let's get more specific. 1675. New Jersey. Wikahala. The Native American legacy of New Jersey has been told, often overlooked or neglected by present-day residents of our state and by historians and other scholars in general for 10,000 years, long before the pyramids of Egypt. Okay, let's get to the part. Okay, so 1600s, what became New Jersey was settled by Dutch, Swedes, and later English and Scots as part of the colonial area, tax of land. All right, let's get to the guy. Come on. By the early 1700s, Wekehela's property. All right, hold on. An important figure in the colonial history of New Jersey was a powerful Sakim named Wekehela. His story is pieced together from historical sources, including court records, land transfers, government records, and newspaper accounts. Perhaps most touchingly, his legacy is still remembered and cherished by the Delaware Indian communities of today. One important element of his ongoing legacy was a letter written by his great-granddaughter in the 1860s, which had been published in various sources. By the time of his death in 1727, he owned a substantial plantation. So how come if okay, but because he's an Indian, let's not call him a slave owner or a plantation or, slave master. But if this was, right, somebody who supposedly owned somebody that was so-called black or employed somebody who was so-called black, they would be calling him a slave master, right? Oh, he owned a plantation. He owned a substantial plantation. I thought plantations meant slaves. No, plantation just means a farm. I've been trying to tell you that. Get out the boogeyman words. They indoctrinated boogeyman words into you, thinking plantation meant automatic Kunta Kinte slavery. Plantation means farm. So his property by the Century 100 mill operations were being hemmed in by land grants and settlements, particularly by the Leonard family. This close proximity and desire for additional wood lands created conflict that erupted into violence. They were trying to take his land. How did he get all this land? And what's up? See, the thing about when you're in genealogy, right, an ancestry or whatever, and you get these family members have stories, personal stories that they remember, and somebody knows his name was Nathaniel Story. Now, I'm not saying he's not Indian. I'm saying that he might possibly be like what we saw earlier, that is somebody is half his mom or his dad is half, and they have the Indian, but then they're half. It's coming from somewhere, guys. This is what I'm saying, and I bet you I'll find it if I just take my time to read it. Look at all these documents. I'm not gonna read it right now. You guys can go into it. I gave you the link. You guys can go into it. If you want to help me out, let me know. Hey, Kurimeo, I found his parents. What's up? Yeah, where? All right, let's get on Zoom. All right, cool. You know, because let me see. They ain't spitting it out yet here. All right, they gave me Isaac. Okay, cool. Then his wife Sarah. We don't have much, but have some hints here. Let me see. So she might be in the story as well. This is what I'm saying. Okay, but as you guys can see, how we started this journey, and just today we like all the way in Wisconsin and Michigan. Now we're dealing with Lenapis. We dealt with Wyandots. We dealt with Menominee. We dealt with Abenakis, Ojibwes, a lot of different. And then we're dealing with different European nations as well. It's very complex. That's what I'm trying to show. So yeah, when it comes to on the on the Mary Store side, there's Indians, and through that, Bartholomew Kelvin, who I think became a chief, had Indian, and then Hannah is claiming a little bit, I guess. And now Jacob, her husband, is definitely we know was a Mohegan Indian, right? So on the chick side, definitely a lot of Indians, right? Go up in the Dingley, Dingley. Daniel Dingley's her dad, right? So we got Isabel Dingley in Michigan, Menominee County. That was a whole Indian reservation there. And then Daniel Mishi Nawe, I mean the Womi Dingley. All right, we see an Indian kind of name pop up, right? And we got his dad though coming out of England. So I think I did read somewhere that his mom was the Indian. But again, they're not giving us the name. Maybe they will now. Let me see. Oh, see, this is what I'm saying. Radford. All right, so let's add it. England, Elizabeth Radford. So we don't have much info. But somehow he got an Indian name. That's what I'm saying. Are they claiming that through the wife? And a lot of these did claim, as we read earlier, right? Ready to tell us. Oh, I already closed it, but it told us that on the Caron side, he was given that not through hereditary, not through the blood, but he became he just was allowed to become chief. So again, we're doing this live. You know, this turned out to be a very long video. Trying to make it under 4 hours, definitely. So try to hurry up here. So Isabel Dunchilla Prairie, John Dilling, Charles Menominee. All right, let's see. We got town records here. As you guys can see, Homestead Act. He's getting money. He's getting land from the Homestead Act, like that's taking land from Indians, like this. But yeah, there's a whole other story to these people that they kind of leave out. As you guys can see, Free White, Dan Dingley, Manny Mac, Michigan. That's him right here. U.S. Army Indian Campaign Service, Daniel Dingley. Black Hawk War. He fought on the Black Hawk War, most likely against Black Hawk. Look, that's how he's getting land allotments. Land allotments. That's him, guys. This is what I'm saying. I would find the info if I got the time, like to go to each individual person that I'm finding in the street to find out who they are. And this is what I'm saying about people. They don't do that. We tend to generalize. We're not, oh, we who? We who? There's a lot of we's here. like in this one person's family, right? So that was through the Dingley, John Dingley. They're saying his mama married Joseph Gouen. Now look at that, coming out of Canada. Hmm. Which don't make sense to me because he's supposed to be born in England. So that I wouldn't add, and I would verify and search. So I'm not even gonna add that. Let's make her at least deceased. And so her son was born in 1805. So I'll make a birth date for her about 22 years after before that. So that would be so 1805, 1785 is 20, 1783 will make her 22, if I'm correct. Hold on. And then we know her son. Ah, damn. Sorry, I messed up. We know he was born in Massachusetts, supposedly. Now I got to do it all over again. No worries. Deceased about 1783. And I'm saying maybe she died in Massachusetts because that's where her son was born. Actually, I'll leave that blank because she might have died where he was born. He could have traveled with her. That's the thing. It's guessing sometimes will lead you up a wrong tree. So just go with what you got and try to work from there. But again, I showed you Dingley was in the Black Hawk War, even though he has an Indian name here. Again, Indians fought against Indians. So even in the Black Hawk War, there was Indians fighting, allying with the Europeans fighting in the Black Hawk War. You know, that were enemies to Black Hawk, other Indian tribes. So could be. Now, La Prairie, just Kenny La Prairie, Isabel, that's her name. Going up, her dad. We got Joseph Mushke Winnie Du Chesney La Prairie. He got also like Indian name coming out of Quebec. Then we got Isidore Chesney, a Wyandotte chief. Look at that. In Michigan, Detroit. And then we got his dad, Charles Chesney, Quebec. And then we got his dad, Pierre Chesney, coming out of France. And then his mom, Quebec, her people. Says here, Hamden, Massachusetts. This is Jack Savage. And look, he's the Tati clan, Wolf Clan Savage. Look at this. Look at it. Let me show you guys. So let's see if he really Indian. Okay, yeah. It says, oh, I don't know. This is what I mean, guys. So maybe Jacques Savage. Hold on, I got the tree here, so hold up. Okay. Jacques Savage, France, Mary, France. So where's the Indian? This is what I'm saying. It says Mary Catherine Huron name, so she's an Indian, it seems. But then her dad is Jean Vivian Bien. This is what I'm saying. So, and then her mom's from France. What's going on here? This is what I'm trying to say, guys. Now, what you see here, this is the name, right? So anybody could put whatever name here. This does not mean that this is coming from records. So anybody can name, oh, this is Captain Catherine. They could put the whole thing there. Wyandotte Chief. All right, now this is what we got. Let's see. In the year of our Lord 1767, the day June was interred in Chapel St. Antonio, the body of Dame Catherine Van Widow first, my Jack Savage, and second, I don't say nothing about Indians. Then Jack's Savage fills the Jack. The son of Jack fills. Okay. See, burial record. And that's the same thing we were just reading. The real Catherine. Finding the real Catherine. Look, this is what I'm saying. Finding the real Catherine. Searching for the true Catherine. For over 30 years, the search for the true identity of my seventh great grandmother was continued. I had been led to believe that she was Catherine Jean Ditvienne. Somebody told her that, oh, because this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm confused. Like, well, okay, so make it make sense, because I'm seeing European. Born in 1676 in Charlesbourg, Quebec, she married Jacques Savage. In 69 at La Visitation, Champlain, Quebec. But that just did not feel correct. Her daughter Catherine Savage became my sixth great grandmother by marrying Charles Chesney, the progenitor of a large and continuing family. And this is where newer facts have surfaced to reveal different paths. My family has maintained throughout the years that we are Wyandotte Indian descent. Listen, My research now corroborates that as a fact. Charles Chesney and Catherine had 12 children. Their son Isidori was a Wyandot chief, using the names Roya Terra, Hayane Madai, or Chiton at various times. Roya Te Mare means sky burning. He is my uncle. His brother Charles is my fifth great grandfather. It always made me wonder when I would look at the records that referred to him as Charles Chesney did Causa. Causa is a Wyandot Indian name. I am new to the study of this language and have not been able to translate it yet. But my research has finally revealed the true name of Catherine G. Dietbien. The Jesuit priest who ministered to the people of the Detroit River region was Pierre Potier. Alright, Jesuit. His ministry is detailed in Les Escrits de Pierre Potier by Pierre Potier, and Father Potier identifies the resident Huron Indians. Cabin 9, Scanetere Akita, Catherine Laville Catherine. A later census lists Andenton, Catherine Laville Rain. Modern spelling would render Andenton as Wandenton. I do not know the meaning of Shahateren. Akiotos means grandmother, and from now on, that is how I call her. She died in 1767, was buried in the chapel of St. Anthony, Padua, and St. Anne Detroit Church. That brings up an interesting question. How did she merit burial inside the church? The answer may lie in Les Escrits Pierre, portrayed by Robert Tupin. Is she the Neanderthals on page 258, who is called Sour de la Rachid? I assume that this is mean and spiritual rather than. So she's actually conjecturing. Now, could it be possible that the Indians adopted Europeans? That happened many times. Oh, the family said we were Indian. Okay, well, if you're confused and it's your family, you tell me. This is what I'm saying, guys. How much Indian are a lot of these people? Somebody has a message here that says Catherine Savage and Charles Chesney Isidore was known to his Wendat family as Hayanemite. It is his son Isidore Pierre who was Shitun and running. I agree. I found this when I first started doing genealogy. I have removed it. I had forgotten about it. The French Canadian Heritage Society of Michigan has done research on it, and above assumptions are not proven incorrect. Thanks for reminding me. We likely have ancestors in common. I think you were wrong on all three counts. Jack Savage probably was who he said he was. Isidore, the son of Charles Chesney, and Catherine Savage was not the Wyandot chief called Shitun, who was buried. Look, somebody said no. Look what I'm trying to tell you guys. It could be possible that a lot of people who say they're Indian are carrying. They're Indian today because somewhere, the lie started back in the 1700s or 1600s, and now they're Indian. Or these people are being adopted, right? They're actually Indians. That's the only thing I can explain this. Or they're Europeans that got adopted by Indians, but I'm not seeing that. And that's on this side, right? Now, this is what I was saying. Savage earlier, I see that in a lot of Indians now, but I also see it coming in from Europe. We saw it earlier, James Savage coming from England. Let's continue with the tree. Let me just see something here. Yeah, this says France, Catherine Savage. France. You tell me, guys. I want to see the definite proof of it. I want to see like maybe there is a book, maybe there is a table, maybe there is a primary source from 1600, from this time when people were living, that says, yeah, okay, this is the son of Chief, blah blah blah, not of Jean. She's saying that's not her name. What's her name then? And who are these people? They're saying her parents. And all these people, let me see, going back to France. Yep. Okay. So we're gonna close that. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's some Indian there. Okay. So that was on the Chesney side. On this side, his wife, and this is what I was saying. Okay, actually, Marie Savage. Oh yeah, we did that. So is he claiming? Because they're saying he was the one that was the chief. See, Isidore Chesney became the chief. It wasn't the dad or the mom. They're saying he was the one that became the chief, but he actually married an Indian. He actually married an Indian. Look. He's not chief because he's Indian. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Just like they told us about Claude Caron earlier. She seems like she's an Indian. This is her parents' Turtle Clan. Look at that. Opesa, Maryland. Now watch this, guys. Okay, it's gonna get interesting, right? And then his dad, Opesa, Straight Tail, Kawakachi, Pennsylvania, right? And then his dad, Opesa. Look at that. Straight Tail, go straight. Shoot. John Merroway, Opesa, another name, John Merroway. His wife, Meme Chawani, Peconi, Straight Tail. Okay. His dad, Mohawk, Sakin, Third Castle, Kinigo Turtle, Iroquois Nation, Kanako, Albany. Okay. Mohawk. Yeah, Chief. All right. We talking about Indians here, guys. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. He married an Indian, and that's how he became chief. Now their family's trying to make all of them chief. Now the descendants are trying to say he was an actual Indian, and that Charles and Marie and all these people, Savage, Catherine, Savage. I just read that. We just read that. They're trying to make Jack's parents Indians. Okay? No, the wife made him an Indian. And then he just took the title because they're probably oppressing her, making a masculine world, and now he's got the European blood, so let's make him the Indian. Hey, sign this treaty for us. It'll benefit your people. What people? His wife's people or his people? Yeah. Now you saw that. I went up. There's a lot of Indians on that side. Going up, his wife, this guy's wife's Turtle Clan, Nancy Kakawachiki Pekowi. Now these I bet you can Google this and you'll probably find that, you know, prominent people. Margaret Straighttail here. As you guys can see, John White. Okay, here we go. This is the one I thought I was gonna run into. Okay, so go back down. Hold on. This is interesting. So Opeta Straight Tail Kagwachi, his wife Margaret Pekowi Straight, right? Who are the grandparents of Sarah Opesa, the wife of Isidore Chesney, right? Going up her line, her dad, John Straight Tail White, Shawnee Nation, Frederick County, Virginia. There was an actual town there called Shawano, named after. Hold on. You saw that, right? Hold on. Okay. Let me close these. Okay. Okay. Shawnee Cornstalk. Talk about Powhatan people now, Algonquin. Shawnee Nation, Frederick County. Virginia? Shawnee, Frederick County, Virginia. And then Peconi, Straight Tail Woman, Straight Tail, Ohio. All right, Tassel Cornstalk. So I think we already have Tassel Cornstalk in another line here. John Wink, yep, we do. These people are marrying each other is what I'm trying to say. Let me see. Here we go. Tassel Cornstalk right here. So that's her parents, and it's also her parents. So their kids are cousins. They're cousins. All right. Well, Indians going up there. Kakunda, more Indians. Sarah. Let's see. Yeah, all these people are related. They got the same parents. So as you guys can see, how Isidore Chesney claimed, and I had it forgotten. That's why I had to open the tree to remember. So that's why there's confusion on that side. They're trying to make these people who are French Indians, when they're not. He got the chief, but now because he married it, now his son is half, right? Now they're claiming Indian, right? And that's where the Dingleys, Isabel Dingley, is claiming now. Her grandmother, right? Also, I'm gonna show you guys, has Indian blood. So Pigimi Chigokwa Blackfish from Ohio. Her dad, Chief Cornstalk, Fish Chiungula, Shalakata, Pennsylvania. Her mom, what Mimi Pekowi Te Cumplomas of Pesa Backfish. And then look, so these are siblings to the people we got on this side. You see that? So that's what I'm saying. They're all kind of marrying with each other. And then we get Tambambuck cornstalk up here. Mother Blackfish, Malunta Rabbit Clan, Cherokee. Cherokee wasn't really in Pennsylvania, so I don't know about Cherokee, but something else for sure. And now we got Savannah, Georgia here born. We got Meshwakapoki, big white Meshwaki. Now look how where we ended up, right? His mom. Let me see what they're saying here. Surrey, Virginia, woman of Mekoshi clan. Haha. So very interesting to fill this up and look into the history of these people. As you guys can see on that side as well. So yeah, on the Isabella Prairie, the Dingley's wife right here, she has a lot of indigenous blood, but not on the Chesney French side, right? Like they're trying to make them Indians, and they're not. Okay, so that was through the Dingley family and the Chicks, and again that was through Chicks that brought us there. And now we're gonna go up Catherine Jacobs. We got Isaac Jacobs here in Wisconsin, and her mom Sarah Jacobs, New York. Let's see how far I got on this side. So Sarah, I didn't get far. Don't know her last name or maiden name. On the Jacobs side, we got Isaac Jacobs coming out of New York. And then we got Lucy Davids. For Isaac, I didn't get past 1797, the Jacobs. And on the Davids side, we have Lucy Davids, Tinkaput. Look at that. Remember that name? We got David Davids, Nesunuk Davids. Right? And then his dad, Petrus Davids, from Orangeburg, New York. His mom, Elizabeth Ackerman. So again, this is what I'm saying. So Nesunuk, what does this mean? Is he an Indian or what? Because his parents, so far, they don't look like Indians. All right. Now his parents are Solomon Davids, Ulster, New York. Keep going up the Davids line. Another Solomon, Jordison Devins, New York, Kingston, New York, 1680. Then we got Jordis Davidson Davis in Albany, 1649. And then we got Christopher Kid Davis from England. And it seems like they're also not just English, but maybe possibly Dutch, right? Or Swiss that were living in England. His wife, Johanna Loopers. Let me see. His mom was Martins. Look at that. That's definitely like Dutch or something, England. So these are like Dutch coming from. Remember the Black Dutch too? This is what I'm saying. So don't think only white. Johanna Lopers, Middletown, Ulster, New York. Her parents, Jacob Jacobus Loper from Stockholm, Sweden, right? That's why they're marrying her because that's where her blood is. She's probably Swedish. These people are probably Swedish. And then Cornelia Molen from Holland, Netherlands, Dutch, right? Like I was saying, Swedish or Dutch. And that makes sense that their kids will link up. So on the David sides, I don't know why he got. You saw that he was calling himself an Indian. I didn't really see one. I don't know. Then Belichick Quick, Jacobus Quick from Netherlands. Then we got Ramirez Jurassen Westval from Dutch colony Netherlands. Okay. Lee Decker. It says she's from Orange County. You're her dad. Now we got a new hint. Kingston, New York, Ulster as well. That's most likely Johnson. Okay. Maybe he's Dutch as well, coming from England. Now Ackerman, 1745, Elizabeth Ackerman in Orange County, New York. Her dad, David Ackerman, New Barbados Township in British colonial New Jersey. His dad, Lodewijk David Ackerman from Netherlands, Dutch. His mom, Janet Jacobson Johnson Black Ackerman. What does that mean? Black. Huh. From colonial America, they're saying. But Bleak, New Amsterdam, New York. Wow. And then Jackson Bleeks, Netherlands. We got the actual Dutch Huguenots here settling. What's up? New York. And then Sarah Peters Hensenbrock, also from Holland, Netherlands. You guys see the trend, right? Like these people end up mixing together. Jacobus Sy, so Marty Sy, born in 1702, New York, Westchester. Her dad, Jacobus Sy, or Sie, from Germany. Then you got his wife, Catherine Storm, from the States, New York. And then her dad, Dirk Goris or Dirk Storm, from Netherlands. So you see, that's why they married, because they were from the same ethnicity. All right, a lot of Dutch and Germans and Swiss on these lines right here. So, okay, David's. Why are you being called Nesunuk? This is what I was saying. Did you guys see that, right? Why you have an Indian name if all your whole ancestry is European? Maybe through the wife again. Maybe. I don't know. Catherine Seff, New York. Her dad, James Seff, says New York, and that's as far as I got. I don't know. Maybe through her. He's claiming Indian. I didn't see any, right? She's claiming King Kaput. Maybe it's through the mom, guys. Unfortunately, we don't got it, right? And then Jacobs, we got stuck there. We'll go back down, and that was the Jacobs. We closed that. That was the Chicks. We did the Harper. No Indians on that side. Come back down to Benet, and we're all the way back to the beginning. Wayne Freidenberg, again, who they were telling us, a prominent Indian family, her and him and her. But you saw all the Europeans, right? You guys saw all the Europeans, right? So now we're gonna really we're here for what we came for, right? We're gonna get Oshkosh genealogy. So this is her great granddaughter, guys, again. Oh man, I forgot I had the Wilbers. Oh my gosh. Let's do this quick. Ernest Oshkosh, famous chief, born 1872, Menominee, Wisconsin. There's pictures of him, you guys can Google, and then you got Chief Neopit. That's his picture right there. That's his picture. And that is supposedly the son of Chief Oshkosh, right? That's his picture. A lot of pictures of him, so I mean you can Google it. So I wonder what the mom looks like that he got with. Now, okay, we're gonna go up the Oshkosh line real quick. And we get to the whitewash image of Chief Birksau Oshkosh, right? Born 1795, Oakins Village in Wisconsin. Go to the gallery. It should pop up. Let me see one of the pictures. Here we go. And again, here's his real image, guys. Look at that. And you saw his son, right? You tell me, man. I don't know. Like, you tell me, guys. Trying to figure it out. Trying to figure out. It's interesting how people can change so much from father to son, and then from grandkids, and then you tell me. All right. It is what it is, though. The death. The life of Chief Oshkosh. The life of Chief Oshkosh, a Menominee Indian born probably in a tribal hunting camp, a boys' camp on the Wisconsin River. He served the Menominee warriors on the British side of Menominee and at Fort Meigs and Fort Sandusky in the Black Hawk War. He sided with the Americans. Told you, he fought against Black Hawk. At the Treaty of Butte this March, Governor Lewis Cass recognized Oshkosh as chief of the Menominee. He got recognized. The people didn't pick him. Big important fact. The people didn't vote for him. He was picked by Governor Lewis to be chief. 3 years later, Judge James Lee Doughty, in a dramatic trial, saved the chief. I told you I saw Doughty, most likely family. So Oshkosh signed treaties surrendering large portions of Menominee lands at Cedar Point. He gave away a lot of land. Is that why they assigned him as chief or recognized him as chief? I'm just saying. Okay. You ready? We're gonna go up his line. So we got his dad, Akinimi Oshkosh. And his dad is Shashokwamo Shawanon Olkin Ledok Solini. I told you to remember this image, right? Did you guys, do you remember? I'm gonna show you his siblings. Look, Wepesu. Remember Solini? Remember Solini? Remember Pierre Leduc Solini? And Charlie Savage, the Menominee maiden, she's the Indian. But even Chief Oshkosh, guys, believe it or not, has European in him. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. Hold up. I'm gonna be real with you. Hold up, man. Like, I need that to be real with you. This is a colored person, guys. Like, this is literally a colored person. All right. Like, look, even Ab the Legend agrees with me. Ab the Legend is telling, hey, the real Chief Oshkosh, the whitewashed one. So he's saying this is a colored one, right? So if he's supposed to, like, let's say, according to history, right? According to history, black people only came from Africa, and anybody that's black is because they're descendant of a slave that mixed with an Indian or something like that. That's what they're telling us, right? So where's the Africans in him? First of all, as you guys saw, no Africans. So he's black not because he's African. First of all, now we know he's in Indian, but he's also French. So where's the black coming from? That's debatable. A lot of these French were Huguenots, Moors. I'm just saying, think about everything. He ain't from New Orleans. He's not from New Orleans at all. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But go back to the tree, guys. And I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. All right. This is actual official his. That's why I send you the links, right? I send you the links. Read them. Read them. Menominee. Good benefit. Grain, seed. The Chippewa name of the wild rice. All right. Hold up. Hold up. So it says they might be the Noquit people that disappear supposedly. Hmm. Very closely related to the Chippewa. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Grandmother. Okay, so this is a story. I'm trying to get a story on him. Okay, we're gonna have to Google it. Shawano, Menominee leader, died 1826, right? I got about 1821. It's not always gonna be like spot on. It says son of the French trader. Again, son of a French trader. Go back to the thing. You think I'm making this up? This is in Wisconsin. Son of a French trader, Pierre Le Duc Soligny. All right, Soligny, also called Chacao Chocama, and by whites, the old king. He received commendation and a medal from the British in 1778 and was the grandfather of Chief Oshkosh. Relating to Menominee Indians, a Wisconsin historical image. Okay, so this French guy is his grandfather. So he's Indian and French. So where somebody please help me? Why does he look like a colored man then? Yeah. And you guys saw how earlier we went up the weapon of Solini. We came through the Karen Claude. He was being called an honorary chief, not through heredity because they made him a chief. All right. But his wife is the sister of Chief Oshkosh's grandfather. All right. Now his mom is being called Mida Shomofu Solini too. I couldn't get anything on her. She possibly might be Solini too, have some French in her. All right. You guys clear? You guys clear? Chief Oshkosh, his grandfather's French. French. Does Ab the Legend know that? Hey Ab, did you know that? Okay. That's what I'm saying, guys. Now, going up his wife, Josette Muskeki, Palme flying about, Muskiki. I didn't really get much else. I did get like a possible hint, somebody named Muskiki, but it didn't have much to verify. Going back down to his son, Nail Pit, Chief Nail Pit, a famous chief. Again, there's stories about all these people. There's an image of him right there. If I colorize this, they will look copper colored. This image, everybody in the image is them, and they are copper colored. But it does show a little difference between him and his dad. Could that be because of the mom? Because definitely not the dad. Definitely not the dad. Okay. Now, his wife, Wabe Momita Sophia Eleanor Karen. And I was like, oh, there goes Karen again. There goes Caron. And look at this, Josette Mawese Caron, Menominee Indian. These are Indians, but you go up to Caron, and you got Toma Caron, famous chief, very tall, strong. They're saying, oh, his good looks and all that. You know, very respected chief, who is also, who is also, check this out, guys, a brother of, I believe, Shosho Caron. Yeah, a son of Wepe Solini. So he's related to Chief Oshkosh in many ways. And again, the son of Claude Vix Caron, a French guy. All right, French. So all these people are like half and half, and then his mom, again, also half. His dad is full European. His mom is half, right? The sister of Oshkosh's grandfather. You guys see that, right? Now I forgot how I got here. Okay, yeah, Toma. And then Susan Napa Nacho, Wisconsin. And yeah, we don't got her parents. We got an Indian there. He married an Indian. He was, again, he has French in him, a lot of French in him. Go back down to Josette, and that was through his wife. Go back down to Chief Oshkosh's son, and then we got another famous Ernest Oshkosh. His picture is available online. He married the Wilbur family. All right, again, we're just doing her genealogy. This is her great granddaughter who became princess of the Menominee tribe. Right, born 1909, passed away 1985. You see, she got the Indian clothes and everything. But we went through her. We went through her genealogy. We're going through her genealogy now. We did see a lot of Indian on this side, but also some European there, right? Now on the Wilbur side, this is her grandfather. Okay, but she's rocking full Indian clothes. She's rocking full Indian clothes, and if you were to see her, oh, look at these old Indian. Oh, look at this Indian. That's what Indians look like. That's what Indians look like her. See, that's 100% full Indian. This is her grandfather. Okay, this is what I'm saying, guys. Like, we gotta just stop generalizing. Okay, Sarah and Kitson. So we got Kitson and Wilbur. Let's just do these lines real quick, guys. When we're almost done. His dad, Russell Wilbur in Massachusetts. Amos Wilbur coming out of Plymouth. Lemuel Wilbur, Bristol, Massachusetts. We got Meshach Wilbur, Bristol, Mass. Shadrach Wilbur, Taunton, 1672, Mass. Wilbrook, England. The Wilburs ended up in England. Married Dean, his wife, and Dean, England. Eleanor Strong, England. All right, but she's an Indian. She was the princess of the Menominee. His wife, Shadrach's wife, Neely Wilbur, born in, she's a Neely actually, and her dad Neely in England, born Hannah Neely Prey, coming out of Maine, 1634. Then we got Quinton Prey, England, Joan Valiance, England. Okay, and that was her side. Go back down, go up the Leonard side right here. John Leonard, born in Bristol, Massachusetts. Going up, Thomas Leonard, Monmouth, Wales. He's Welsh. And then Mary Watson in Plymouth, 1642. Possible Mayflower people here. England. Phoebe Hicks, England. Okay. Going up, Mary King. You got Philip King, Weymouth, Mass. John King coming out of Dorset, England. Definitely, because 1605. There's no Europeans there in 1605. And his wife, Ludlow or Blux, England as well. Then we got Judith Whitman. We got John Whitman from England. Then we got Ruth Whitman from England. All right. I just want to be clear here. All right. So on the Wilbur side, you saw that. Now we go up the Fisher line right here. We got Seton Fisher, Taunton, Bristol, Mass. Again, you see people in the same areas. And then we got Samuel Fisher, his dad, Bristol, Mass as well. And we got Daniel Fisher, his dad, Dorchester. That's where I grew up in Boston, man. That's the hood today, like Dorchester. And I was like, wow, Dorchester. And the Fishers are coming from England on this side. His wife, Mary Alice Buckingham, England as well. We're going to close that. His wife, Hannah Hill, right? She was born in Dorchester. Wow, in 1641. And John Hill, coming from England, her dad, died in Dorchester. Dorchester. Her mom, Frances Hill, coming from England as well. All right, we close that up. We go up this White line. Captain White, coming from England. Nicholas White. Susanna Humphrey, coming from England. We got Mary Hoare. We got her dad, Hezekiah Hoare, coming from England. Rebecca Archer, born in Bristol in 1630. I doubt she was, but either way, her dad's from England. And he did make it to the colony, so maybe they traveled with her as a baby. Or maybe she was born there as one of those survivors, right? So we got Alice Little, his wife, England. Ludlow, huh? He has a Ludlow, huh? Top cats, huh? All right. So go down back to Seth Fisher, his wife's another Leonard. We don't have her family, but we did see a Leonard, and the Wilbur line might be related to her. Okay, so we go back down to Sarah Fisher, and we close this Wilbur line here, and we go up this Phoebe Williams line. We got Seth Williams from Norton, Bristol, Mass. And then we got his dad, David Williams, Taunton, Bristol, Mass. And then we got Seth Williams in Bristol County, Mass, 1675. Samuel Williams coming out of England, 1638. His wife, Mary Gilbert, still in Massachusetts, but her parents, Sir Thomas Morgan Gilbert, coming out of Devon, England, and her mom, John Combe, from England. Okay, close that up, go back down. Seth Williams' wife, Mary Dean. We had some Deans earlier. Her dad, John Dean, in Bristol, most likely related to these same Deans, and his dad, John Dean, from England. His wife's Alice Strong, England as well. Close that up. John Dean, the second's wife, Sarah Edson. She's in Essex, Massachusetts. Samuel Deacon, her dad, Edson, from England, Warwickshire. And then her mom, Susanna Orchid, from England. And we close that up, the Dean side. We go down. And we got Elizabeth Williams here. Her dad, Jonathan Williams, from Massachusetts. And then we got Thomas Williams, his dad, Groton, Mass, still. You know, that's where the, I forgot the Indian name. I forgot the last of the Hasanamisco, Groton, right? That's where they ended up. Look at that. Did they take their land? Robert Williams, coming in from England. Ended up in Roxbury in the hood in Boston today. Elizabeth Stratton, also coming from England, also ended up in Roxbury. So interesting, right? What it has become and the whole history there. And then his wife, Mary Macy, in Taunton, Mass. Her dad, George Macy, coming out of England, 1620. Her mom, Susanna Street, in Taunton, supposedly in 1629. Her dad, Nicholas Street, in Somerset, England. Her mom, Anne Pooley Waldron, in England. Okay. And we go back down to Williams. His wife, Elizabeth Leonard. We got another Leonard here. That's what I was saying. A lot of Leonards. Her dad, Thomas, coming out of Wales. Her mom, Mary, in Plymouth. And her Watson line coming out of England. And Phoebe Hicks. We actually have these on another line. I know it. I think I've seen it. And we go back down to Elizabeth. Go back down to Elizabeth Williams. And we go down to Seth Williams. We go up his wife, who's also Williams. I had to make sure. It took me a while. But yeah, I found the records. Now the actual marriage records name her and her parents as Williams. So I didn't see that they were kind of related, but they probably are distantly, maybe. But it says Paul Allen Williams here from Bristol. Maybe they are. I just don't remember. Hold on. And then Silas Williams is that in Taunton. Then we got John Williams in Taunton as well, 1675. And Nathaniel Williams in Taunton. You see, so all these Williams, a lot of Williams in this area. And then Richard Williams coming out of England, 1607, ended up in Taunton. His wife Frances Dighton from Gloucestershire, England. We're gonna close that. His wife Elizabeth Rogers. We had some Rogers earlier. We had John Rogers, England here, and a churchman coming from England as well. Ended up in Plymouth. We're gonna close that up. Gonna close this up. Go up the Robinson line here. Hannah Robinson. Her dad, Increase Robinson from Dorchester, born in Dorchester, Massachusetts, in the city. And then William Robinson, his dad, born in England. His mom, Margaret Beach, born in England. His wife, Sarah Penniman, Braintree, Massachusetts, it says. 1599, her dad in England. And Lydia Elliott, also in England, as you guys can see, sorry. Nasain Eppenforth. Go back down to Sarah, we close that up. We go back down to Robinson, we close that up. Silas William, close that up. His wife, Mary Wetherell. Her dad, Nathaniel Thomas Wetherell, 1696, born in Massachusetts. His dad, William Wetherell, born in Taunton, Massachusetts. And his dad, William Wetherell, as well, born in England. His mom, Dorothy Dunster, in England. His wife, Elizabeth Newman. We got Newman line here. Newland. Supposedly born in 1630 in Plymouth. His dad, Newland, coming out of England, though. And his mom, Catherine Mellowes, Lincolnshire, England. Close that up. We got Catherine Ellison on this side. She's in Bristol, Mass, 1630. Her dad, Lawrence Ellison from England, and Martha Rushton from England. And then we go back down, Elizabeth Newland. We go back down to Nathaniel Wetherell and go to his wife, Mary Maria White. She's coming out of Bristol, Mass in 1688. Her dad, Captain Joseph White, born in Dorchester. Wow. Like, this is a very early, like, wow. Like, I can't imagine Dorchester in colonial, like, in the beginning. Like, wow. And I wonder if it had buildings, and it probably did. Palaces and castles and all that. Like, this is what we're learning, right? With the old reset, all these old buildings were probably here already. You know. So, again, the Nicholas White captain, he's coming out of England. Medway Unitary Authority, it says. 1618, his wife, Susanna Humphrey, England. Then we got Mary Hoare, another Hoare. Another Hoare, not in a bad way, but another Hoare family. and also, look, she was, we actually found somebody. I think, oh yeah, we already had done them. So her sibling, yeah, there we go. This is what I was saying. Lydia White, her sibling, we already had done. So they got together, all these families. As you guys see, there goes another Wetherell. We just closed one. Joseph Wetherell, right? His parents, or he was coming out of Plymouth, 1709. His Samuel Wetherell coming out of Plymouth, 1678. And then his dad, Samuel Wetherell, coming out of England. And then we got Isabel Highland, who they're saying coming out of Plymouth. And I mean, most likely that's coming out of England. I'm assuming, I don't think that's Indian. I don't think her parents are Indian. And then Eunice Rogers, who was born in Pembroke, Plymouth, 1677 in Massachusetts. Her dad, Timothy Rogers, in Plymouth born, Plymouth Colony. And then John Rogers, his dad, coming from England. Elizabeth Tilley, coming from England. Then Eunice Stetson, coming from England. Cornet, her dad. And Honor Tucker, her mom, coming from Devonshire, England. So we close that up. Close the Rogers line. There's a Sherman here. Elizabeth Sherman, born in Plymouth, 1706. Ebenezer Sherman, her dad, Plymouth as well, 1680. And then William Sherman, born in Plymouth as well, 1644. Supposedly, right? Like, we gave him the benefit of the doubt. And then William Sherman, his dad, so a lot of Williams, he's born in England. And then his mom, Prudence Hill, in England. His wife, Dottie. Now, remember I was saying there was a Dottie who said that, who didn't allow Chief Oshkosh to be prosecuted. He pardoned him. He said, no, he's an Indian. He don't apply. The law don't apply to him. He can kill whoever he want. He can kill whoever he want. He got away with murder. So Doughty is what I'm saying. So Desiree Doughty, her dad Edward Doughty coming out of England, Faith Clark coming out of England. So hmm. Going back to Ebenezer Sherman, his wife Margaret de Crow, her dad Valentine de Crow, Plymouth, Massachusetts, 1650. His dad Robert de Crow from Enfield, England. His mom Susanna Hayward from England. Then we got Martha Byrne from Plymouth County, 1653. Her dad, John, born in England, born 1622, and her mom, Alice B. Beach, Best Beach from Frittenden, Kent, England. All right, we close that. We close the DeCrow lines. We close the Sherman line here. We go to this Mary Wetherell, close that, go back down to Suba Williams, and we're back all the way down to Phoebe Williams, and we go all the way down here to the Wilbur lines. And now we're going to go up the Stevens line. I hope you're enjoying this. I know it may be boring for some people, but I know a lot of people have these names, so I'm just trying to go through it all. Okay, guys, we're almost done. And then so her dad, Amos Stevens from Andover. Oh yeah, we got a lot of family in Andover here. We got Ebenezer Stevens, his dad, and Andover. And then Ebenezer Stevens, another one, and as Andover as well, Essex, 1683. Then John Stevens, Newbury, Essex, Massachusetts, 1639. And then Sergeant John Stevens coming out of England, born 1605. And then Catherine Foster Cutman. And there's also a Cutman Square, which is in the hood today in Boston as well. Cutman Square, Eagleston, and we saw Upham Square. We saw all these names. And again, they ended up in Massachusetts. All right. So we close this. His wife Esther Baker. Got Richard Baker here, coming out of England. John Agers, coming out of England. I'm gonna close that. Sarah Sprague. We got Phineas Sprague, her dad, Middlesex, Massachusetts. Lieutenant Sprague, Ralphie Sprague from Dorset, England, 1599 was when he was born. And we got Joanne Warren from Dorset, England, 1603. We close that. Phineas Sprague's wife, Sarah Hazy, she's from Massachusetts, born 1647. Her dad, William Henry. Okay, this definitely, I don't think he's from. I didn't notice that. 1619, the Pilgrims were barely just getting there. Like, they weren't even there yet. So he definitely wasn't born. Most likely he's born where his dad, England, is coming from right here, which is Dorking, Surrey, and his mom's coming from Hampshire, England. So from England, one of them towns. Then on this side we got Sarah Seward, and I got England. That's what I got. We close the Hazy line, go down to the Spragues, and that brought us to the Stevens. He was married to a Joanna Farnham that was born in Massachusetts, 1712. Her dad, Deacon John Farnham, 1684. And his dad, John Farnham, as well, Andover, Essex, Massachusetts, 1660. So I already had got that, sorry. His dad is Ralph Farnham, coming out of England, so the Farnhams. And then Elizabeth Holt in Massachusetts, born 1636, supposedly. And then Nicholas Holt, her dad, England, 1602. And Elizabeth Short from England. Go back down to John Farnham here. We got Elizabeth Parker Farnham. Now we got her parents I didn't have before. And supposedly 1622. I mean, I give them. I guess I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But again, that's very early to be in. And now this don't know where she was born. That's his mom, Mary Ager. And now Joseph Parker. We're gonna get the country where most likely the son was born too, unless he's from a Mayflower survivor, which is Berkshire, England. The Parkers on this line. So what's funny here is, look, they put Mary Ager as his wife, as his mom. They have different ages though, so it might be two different people. Might be wrong though, but they're saying she's from England. Okay. So I don't think it's this different people. I mean, the same because they would have the same hints. So maybe he just happened to marry. They named So maybe what I'm trying to say is his mom has a brother that possibly named one of his daughters after her aunt. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so now the hints popped up. Her dad, Captain John Ayers, coming out of England. John Thomas Ayers, Heidi, might be related to Mary Ayer right here. That's what I'm saying. They might be cousins, these guys, is what I'm trying to say. And her mom, Hannah Everett Park Travers from Wiltshire, England. Okay, we did that live. Yeah, nice little update. And then we got Deacon Farnham back down here, Joanna Barker, uh, who was born in Andover, Massachusetts, 1687. We got Deacon John Baker from British colonial America, supposedly 1644. And then his dad, Richard Baker, born in England. Spalding Moore, Yorkshire, England. Augustus Molly Barker. And his wife, Joanna Ayers Lamson, another Ayers. Barker Harmshorn in England. Mary Stevens, Captain Baker's wife here, Deacon, John Deacons. She's born in 1652, Andover. Her dad, John Stevens, in England. And Elizabeth Parker, another one. Another Parker in England as well. So we close that. We go back down to Joanna Barker. This brings us to Joanna Farnham again. We close that. We go to the Stevens, Amos Stevens. And then we got Sarah Stevens, who's also a Stevens. She married a Stevens. Most likely they're related, distantly cousins. All right, her dad is Isaac Stevens from Andover. John Stevens is his dad also from Andover, 1620. Then we got John Stevens again, another one, 1663, this one, in Andover as well. And then we got another, no, did we get another one? Yeah, we got another one, John Stevens. And they're saying the third, so possibly could even go more up, another John. So he's coming from England, Caversham, Oxford, England. Passenger on the Confidence. Look up the history, the Confidence, and you'll see his name there. We got Catherine Foster Cotman. We had her, and we had John. This is a whole nother line. And I didn't notice that we were duplicating. This is the son of somebody else we got, right? So we have them on another son's as parents for another person that's related probably to John Stevens. Again, earlier we saw a lot of Stevens. So Hannah Barnard is one of his wives. Robert Barnard, her dad coming from England, ended up in Nantucket. He's born 1614. Then Johanna Kingman, born 1621 from England as well, ended up in Nantucket Island. And that's the Barnards and the Stevens on that line. And here's the siblings I was talking about, guys. See? Ebenezer Stevens. There we go. That's what I was saying. I was related to John Stevens. That's why they end up having the same grandparents. And then Ruth Poor, his wife, right? Her dad, Daniel Pierre de Poor from England. That might be eventually French. And then Mary Luzon Farnham, another Farnham coming out of England. Go back down. This brings us to John Stevens. His wife, Elizabeth Chandler. Her dad, Thomas Chandler from Andover, Essex, Massachusetts. And then Captain Chandler, Thomas Chandler from Bedford, England. Tanner Brewer from England as well. Close that. His wife, Mary Peters. Got Andrew Peters coming from England, 1634 born. His wife, Mercy Beamsley, born in Boston, supposed 1637. And her dad, Ensign Beamsley, coming from England. And his wife, Ann Davis, coming from England. All right, go down. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just getting to the Europeans, right? That's what I've been showing you, right? So leave no benefit for doubt how much Indian these people are. Remember, we're doing her genealogy. She was the princess of the Menominee tribe, and her descendants are probably chiefs and stuff today, guys. That's what I'm saying. So we got Baker on this side, Andover, 1725. Her dad, Philemon Baker, 1695, right? His dad, Ebenezer Baker, Andover, Mass. 1651, Richard Baker, 1618, from England. Then we got his wife, Johanna Agers, another Agers. And I think I saw her and I saw these people. So these are people all marrying each other. Then his wife, Abigail Wheeler, born 1655, Massachusetts. Her dad, David Wheeler, from England. Her mom, Sarah Wheeler, from Massachusetts. Supposedly 1625, which I doubt. Oh, England, sorry, England. Yeah, England. All right, so we close that. Then we got Mary Lovejoy here. Ebenezer Lovejoy is her dad, born in Andover, Mass, 1673. His dad, John Lovejoy, coming out of England, born 1622. And then Mary Oswood, his wife, in England, born 1633. Close that. His wife, Mary Foster. Andrew Foster, coming from Andover, Mass. Let's see. And then his dad, Andrew Foster II, coming from Matching St. Mary the Virgin, Essex, England. His wife, Annis Alcock Foster, from 1617, from England. For sure. They weren't there in 1617 yet. No Europeans. Not these ones, right? Not these ones. Not these colonial ones. Other ones came before, way before them, but not now we're talking about these people, right? So on the Russ side, because she's a Russ, Mary Russ, his dad is John Russ, coming from England, 1612, and then his wife, Margaret Monroe Stanfield Russ, coming also from England. We're gonna close that. We close the Foster line. We close the Lovejoy line, the Barker line, go down to the Stevens line, and we're back down to Amos. All right, and we're done with the Stevens. Go up the Noyes line here. Susanna Noyes, born in Essex County, Massachusetts. Her dad, Samuel Noyes, was born in Andover, Essex, Massachusetts, 1737. Then we got Nicholas Noyes, born March 1701, Newbury, Essex, Massachusetts. Go up that line. Timothy Noyes, 1655, still in Massachusetts. Then, of course, his people must likely come from Europe, and they do. England, 1614 is when he was born. Dean Nicholas, or Deacon Noyes, right, from England. His wife, Mary Cutting, from England as well, 1622. Okay, close that. Mary Knight, she was born in Essex, Massachusetts. Her dad from England, John Newbury Knight, okay, 1626. His wife, Bathsheba Ingersoll, from Bedfordshire, England. She ended up in Newbury, Mass. All right, so we close that. That's where the Knights go to. Close the Noyes. Go up to Sarah Ward here. She was born in Essex, Massachusetts, 1705. Her dad, Samuel Ward, Marblehead, Essex, Massachusetts, and died in Massachusetts as well. Samuel Ward's dad, Samuel Ward the third. So the Samuel Ward keeps going up. Supposedly born in Plymouth, 1638. His dad, England, 1593. His wife, Frances Raycroft, England as well, 1607. Abigail Maverick, right here. She was born in Essex, Massachusetts, Salem, 1645. Her dad, Moses Maverick, coming out of Devon, England, right? Born 1611. Remember, Allerton, that's her name, literally. Remember, she's from Holland, born 1614. All right, little Dutch blood there. Close that up. Go to Sarah Tuttle. She was born in Massachusetts in 1672. Her dad, Simon Tuttle, born in England. Her mom, Sarah Cogswell, born in England, 1645. Her dad, 1631. All right. Hopefully, this is going to help people maybe associate some of their family members. So we go back down. The Noyes. We see the Faulkner here, Hannah Faulkner, Andover, Mass, 1742. And we only got her mom so far, Mary Parker. They dressing her like a pilgrim. So most likely might be a pilgrim. Oh, I didn't even notice I had to. Okay. So that's the Noyes lines here. Go back down to Rhoda Stevens. And we go back down to, remember, Franklin Wilbur, who was the grandfather of the Indian, the princess. You saw all those Europeans, right? You saw all those Europeans, right, guys? Now going up the Kitson line, it's not as extensive, so we're almost done, guys. So John Kitson, born in Canada. John George Kitson, that's an image of him, so you guys can see. You see it, right? Oh, let me just. Right? Okay. He was born in, again, Canada. His parents, George Kitson, born in Ireland. And Nancy Ann Tucker, born in Canada. And John Tucker's her dad, born in England. Her mom is Margaret McPherson, born in Scotland. All right. Again, no Indian on this side of the Kitsons. Goes right into Europe. And then Margaret Robinson. Makainet, Hauka, Wubi, Robinson. Oh, possible Indians here, though. Finally. Been a while. But now look at this. This is her father, right? And he's supposed to be the chief. This is Alexander Cheche Pinque Robinson. Now, I found the images here of his hints. A lot of them came up of him. I Google him. That is his image. I mean, there's so much stories about him, right? Now, I'm going to show you the sign. Hold up, hold up, hold up. All right. So I colorized it and enhanced it. That's him. Chief Alexander Robinson. All right. Let me show you another one. There you go. Chief Alexander Robinson. He's a real Indian, right? This is supposed to be an Indian. All right. This is what I'm saying. Okay. Now, you're going to read his stories. It's going to say he's an Indian. What? Hold up. Hold up, guys. Let me just check this out. Alexander Robinson, also known as Cheche Pinque of Quinter, was a British Ottawa. British. So he is British. He is European Ottawa chief, born at Mackinac Island, who became a fur trader and ultimately settled near what later became Chicago. Now, hold up though, because he's very, very white. Like early in family life. Listen to this. Born to an Ottawa mother and a Scot-Irish immigrant. Fur trader father on Mackinac Island at the northern edge, Lake Michigan. His mother died shortly thereafter en route to Montreal, Canada, where Robinson was baptized at age 7 months old. When his mother died, his dad, who knows what happened? His dad and mom were not there. Now, they're saying a British soldier who served as the island's governor, Daniel Robinson, and his wife, Charlotte Furley, became his foster parents. So he's not really a Robinson. And now we got to believe the story. This is the thing. Now we got to believe the story because there is no, I'm reading all these newspaper and all these reports. These are not old. Now let me read this also. They were saying, Mr. Robinson, we understand, was the father of 14 children, I think by his second marriage, two only of whom is Rager. Okay, let me see if there's anything about his early life. This is what I was saying. The kind of shadow calling a tendency. Nothing. Okay, so it says Billy Cow was born in Canada, and that's not him. So nothing on his parents here, right? It says recollections of Chief Alexander Robinson. After the year 18, I used frequently to see Chief Alexander Robinson. He was in receipt on an entry of $500. Oh, this is the other thing, guys. He was getting paid by the government. He was getting paid, and his parents made sure he got paid for that. His foster parents made sure. And then obviously, who's he gonna treat? When he's doing treaties, he's the chief. Who do you think he's gonna represent? He's being raised by Europeans. He looked like one too. So it says he would receive an annuity of $500 as his share of the amount paid of the Potawatomis and other tribes under his chieftainship by the United States government as payment for their lands ceded to the United States. Every year, a check for that amount was sent to the father, John H. Kinsey, who was empowered by Chief Robinson to collect it for him. And I usually carried the money, so they're saying how they had to pay him here. Interesting little story. Fire destroys landmark frontier. Okay. Robinson family burial ground. The burial site of Alexander Robinson, otherwise known as Chief Chimpique. How much Indian is this guy? A French Chevalier chief of the United Band of Potawatomis, Ottawas, and Chippewas. Upon Chevalier's death, Robinson became chief. Listen, upon who he became chief by the Treaty of Prairie du Chien. By a treaty, he was granted 2 sections land. Listen, along the Des Plaines River, now part of the Forest Preserve. He settled there with his family and stayed there until his death in 1872. Along with wife, 2 sons, and daughters, he was buried at the site you've mentioned. Robinson was said to have been born at Mackinac in 1762, which would have made him 110 years old at the time of his death. Over the years, so there's a lot of controversy about his birth. I was reading all this, guys. They don't really know. Again, they don't really know his parents. They didn't give me one name, right? They didn't give us no names for his. They said it was an Ottawa Indian and a Scottish Irishman. What if both parents were European? And what if that Ottawa woman was very European and like 1/8 Indian? This is what I'm trying to explain. I just showed you examples, right? We just did the tree. I showed you. I showed you already examples of what I'm talking about. Okay. Chief Alexander Robinson, Potawatomi, Chichipinqueche, Pingway, Blinken, I also called Chief Robinson, half-brother of Moler Robinson, prominent Chicago trader, and Potawatomi chief, born at Michilimackinac as son of a Scottish trader and a Green Bay. Listen to this. This is what I was saying. Look, I forgot I even read this. His mom is not full Indian. Look, that's what they're saying here. Son of a Green Bay French and Chippewa Métis, meaning a mixed Métis mother who died while traveling to Montreal, where he was baptized at age 7 months, May 15, 1788. Was raised by adoptive parents, former governor, look who raised him, of Michilimackinac, Daniel Robinson, the governor, wife. So who was his mom? Was she like a? Does she have some kind of famous Indian royal blood of the Chippewa? And that's why they adopted him and made sure they made him chief and stuff and used him because the government will allow that and give him the money based on their treaties and laws they made with the Indians. I'm just saying. So Governor Daniel adopted him, right? Listen to this. And wife Charlotte Fairley. Early in the work, he worked for Joseph Bailey. He was a dentured for Joseph Bailey for a long time. Then within the Calumet area was a close friend of John Kinsey years before Kinsey settled Chicago. He had a house on the east side of the South Branch, immediately south to the of the Lambrosies at the Fort Dearborn Massacre. Robinson helped in the rescue of Captain and Mrs. Hade, conveying them by about 18 oh, conveying them by boat to St. Joseph for a fee of $100, guided them in Sergeant Griffin's to Mackinac, again by boat. He returned to Chicago in about 1815, his own testimony, and until 1816 joined Wilmette and farming around the fort, while most of all other settlers had fled in the wake of the massacre. When Kinsey returned in 1816, Robinson lived with his first wife, Indian name unknown, another person unknown, on the end side of the river near the, we have her name I think, in the intersection of Dearborn and Kinsey Streets, and worked for crafts in the fur trade. Later for Kinsey in 18C, he was indentured to these people to have built the cabin to which Sam Miller and Archibald Claiborne added two-story addition attached to Miller's Tavern. Okay, hold on. This is where they're saying, okay, Brownstein could not read or write, but McKim reported that he kept accurate accounts on pencil and paper, but means a character his own. His second wife, John Kinsey, officiating David Maria. Hold on, guys. I want to get to the money part. So, Robinson, hold on. After Chief Chavier's death and during 1825 Treaty of Prairie du Chien, Robinson was appointed chief of the United Potawatomi Ottawa, not by the people. This is what I'm saying, guys. And Chippewa, later representing them, the Prairie and Lake Indians, at the Chicago Treaty of 1833, at which he also received $5,000 in addition to $400 for his children, plus a stipend of $300 per year for life. Although his tribe went W after the treaty, he remained in Chicago or went to Wisconsin or West. He remained in Chicago for services rendered to the government. Robinson and his wife had received at the 1829 Treaty of Prairie du Chien their own reservation grant of 2 land sections on the banks of the Des Plaines River. So this is what I'm saying. How much Indian is he? And how much Indian is his mom, who's supposed to be half? Is she really half, or is she 1/8, 1/4? Give me names, give me sources, or else I can conjecture whatever I want. And the reason I'm conjecturing whatever I want is because he looks like this. It's because he looks like this. But he was getting paid, and he's chief of the Potawatomis, right? He got mad land. He signed treaties, and he looks like this. How much Indian is he? How much Indian is he? I'm just being real with you. Come on, man. That's it. You can't prove to me who his parents are, then don't tell me. I see very honestly. Yeah, I see a little bit, maybe. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe. But I don't know. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. Hold on, though. We ain't done, though. So that was, and again, we're not gonna add his adoptive parents, right? Because that's not his biological parents. We don't have his real parents' name. And I bet you if we did, we will know the truth, guys. We'll see that they've been playing us a lot of the times. And a lot of these people, yeah. Yeah, they were writing off his maybe a little bit of blood of Indian and using him to gain more land, sign treaties, become more so-called white, white out the blood, a lot of that. Yeah. So his wife was Sasso Cynthia Josette Caron. She's supposed to be an Indian, right? But she's a Caron. What did we already learn about the Karens today, guys? Look at who her dad is, guys. Tomas Caron. Where was he? Who was he? Who was he? You guys forgot? He was just the son of Claude Caron, the French guy, and Wepesene Solini, the sister of Chief Oshkosh's grandfather, right? Again, remember who is, right, the son of Pierre Leduc Solini and Charlotte Savage. She's the Indian. So even this guy's wife is not a full Indian. They try to say, "Oh, he married an Indian." Well, yeah, she had Indian blood, just as much Indian as any of us blood we have. if you wanna if you wanna call her an Indian, then we can call us all an Indian. If you wanna call Alexander Robinson an Indian, then all of us can be Indians. Hey guys, officially you guys are all Indians. If he can be an Indian, then we all Indians. With one eighth, half, whatever it is, right? Right? Okay. So we know her line already, where it's gonna end up French blood in there as well as all the Indian and people related to Oshkosh on a different whole side. All right, and that's it, guys. That was literally, we've reached the end, guys. We've reached the end of our presentation. That was officially again her genealogy. Again, Elise, Alice Alicia Oshkosh is supposed to be the princess, right? The princess. And yeah, she has the blood and it's all right. And I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying if she can claim Indian and then her husbands can claim Indian, and these are prominent Indian families and they're literally part of the nations today, why can't you? When you may have way more Indian, you might be able to prove it too, but then they calling them black or Negroes so that they're misclassifying your people so they won't be able to prove it, right? But what I'm saying is, you saw all the mixture, right? You saw all the mixture. You saw the mixture, even though she has Indian blood. And then her husbands, who were supposed to be prominent family members, they had Indian blood. So I know this was a long presentation. I don't know if to any of you I made a point, but I think I did. I made a point. And what I'm trying to say is, I'm putting all you on notice. If you want to point fingers, I'm talking to the so-called Native Americans right now, right? You want to point fingers at who's more Indian than who, and who might be a descendant of a slave, and you're an African, and you're this. You don't know history. You don't know real ethnology. You don't even know your own genealogy, probably, knowing how mixed you are, how mixed you are with Europeans and other stuff. So, also, on another, note, looking at it in a different way, many black folks have the same kind of trees. And I'm not saying the same people. I'm saying, like, Indians were black French, black Irish, black Scottish, black English people, but they're not allowed to claim Indian like how these people are claiming Indian. They have to be the Black Creeks, or they have to be the Black Choctaws, or the Black, whatever, the African Creeks. Nobody's calling her a white Oshkosh, a white Menominee, right? Because she has a lot, English Menominee. She has mad English blood. She has so much English blood. You guys saw it. Nobody's calling her an English Menominee, right? Or a white Menominee. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Well, I hope I made a point to everybody. I hope you saw. Uh, hold on. Again, this was, we just talking about Chief Oshkosh, and we got into all this. Shout out to Love Legacy. He's probably already asleep, but he'll probably finish the video when he can. Hey, he made me. Hey, look at this image. You should show it to everybody. Yeah, yeah, I can show this image to everybody, but I want to show more context. I don't want to just do this like Ab the legend and be like, oh look, the real Oshkosh and then the whitewash. But what is his genealogy? What is his makeup? Who was his grandkid? Like, you saw he's French too. He's French too. He might have Huguenot in him. Chief Oshkosh, huh? Chief Oshkosh. They got all these whitewashed images of Chief Oshkosh. All right, you guys see that? So this has been the genealogy of Chief Oshkosh and a lot of his people and his granddaughters. And we did so many trees today in 4 hours. Took me 4 or 5 days to do this, guys. I wanted to do it right. And I want the people who want to debunk me, make sure they couldn't debunk me. I went through everything. I went through every little inch of all these little records and made sure if I couldn't find it, I just left it alone. But what I could find, I put it in there. All right. We reached that time of the day, guys. I'm done. 4 hours and a half almost. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope people actually sit through this video. Some people won't even probably do that. It's a long video. Hope people actually take the time to do that, you know. But I hope that people that were here inside and whoever sits through this sees what I'm saying. The receipts are here. This is real genealogy. And a lot of people are gonna be put on notice. You all on notice. You can if you're gonna judge people, then you're gonna be judged. If you're gonna judge who's who, then you're gonna be judged as well. Time to show your genealogy. I don't care what you say, how much Indian you say you are. I'm talking to everybody, because everybody want to say how much other people are not Indian. Like, oh, Kurimeo, you're not Indian because you look like man. You want to compare how many ancestors, European ancestors we got? Let's do the numbers. Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, you think you're 100% something. You're so fooled. But I hope you learned something today. I'm tired, guys. Been here 4 hours. It's late for me. Going to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow, most likely. Thanks for tuning in. This was episode 19 of Genealogical Stories. Check out the whole series, guys, if you're interested in these topics. Check out the whole 19 episodes. I got a lot of good, prominent people you guys are going to like. Thanks for tuning in here. We're going to go out with that water. That water from Olmec. Where you at, Olmec? Hold on. Ocelot, Olmec. Keep it simple. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Wow.